Test, test. All right, I think we should have audio now. Test.
Okay.
All right, so we just did a bunch of warm up talking here. Well, we're good now. We got Sean Black and James Ray Davis Jr. kicking us off.
Sorry, I am. I just turned off the audio on my computer. We were just doing everything we could to make sure that things were operating correctly, and
yeah. So we're back for the final day of the the Skinny Bob's 9-Ball Classic warm up. We got about 12 players. No, 8 players left in the field, I think. And we got 2 A-side matches you can see on this head table, and the one behind it. We're going to be streaming Sean Black and James Ray Davis Jr. And in the back, you're going to see Justin Espinosa and Little Laz Martinez third.
Yeah, and just so we're clear, these have been very exciting sets. It's only a race to 7. It's winner breaks.
Yep.
And we're breaking. We're using the same rules that we're going to be using for the Skinny Bob's Classic. It's the 9 on the spot and the 3-point roll. So these matches have been going pretty quick, especially when people get on a roll. We got brand new cloth here, so everything's playing nice and easy. And it looks like Sean Black has won the coin flip, and it's going to kick this off. We had a long night last night, didn't we?
Yeah. Jude and I are so committed to this stream that we both threw our matches so we could be here in the booth with
exactly.
you.
That and my opponents played incredibly well. So. Yeah. So Sean starts off with a cup break, making a ball and 3-point compliant.
Tough shot on the one, but it's a shot.
Yeah.
If you choose to take it on.
I see him possibly moving that cue ball behind the 4.
Yeah.
It looks like pretty natural, especially considering that he could use the 8 ball to stop movement on the 1. He's going the other way.
Going the other way. He's going to try to get the cue behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, I like that.
I think you got it too.
Yeah, that takes away a lot of kick options. Bastrop Jr. might be able to kick underneath the 8. He's looking at it.
A little surprised he's not going to go one rail off the right railway standing.
He might.
If he catches the high side of the 1, he could get a pretty favorable roll.
Yeah. Generally, I hate kicking to a blind ball, and that's what going to the right rail would do.
Yeah.
He may feel the same way as me.
Yeah.
It's just sometimes it's just easier when you can see that object ball in your peripheral vision. Yeah. He's going to go underneath the 8. Looks like he's going to draw into it.
Yeah.
It's a nice and flush.
Yeah.
And
he's I think he's left. I don't think that one goes clean past the 3.
I think it does. I'm looking at it.
All right. Yeah, it's close, but I think it goes.
I'm looking at it IRL. And it looks like it just barely passes. Yeah, Sean looks like he's going to take this on. Yep.
Got it through, and Sean's off to the races in this rack, I think.
Yeah.
Little Chris in chat, thanks for joining us, and thanks for letting us know you can hear us. Good hanging out with you yesterday, Chris.
Yeah. Invite's always open. We got an empty chair today, so if you want to make the drive and come on down here, you are very welcome.
Interesting. I thought he was going to drag it up the long rail. And
I was thinking the same thing. Okay, let's see how this goes. So Sean loses his cue ball. And we should really have talked about this a little bit. Sean's not been playing as much as he usually does.
Yeah.
So he's a 735 Fargo.
735, yeah.
735 Fargo, but I think he's still dusting off a little bit of that rust.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see which Sean shows up today.
Nice speed there.
Really nice speed, yeah.
Oh, Chris has BCA tonight.
Oh. Okay, so here comes James with another kick shot. Unless he can just barely get past that 6. There's no gap between the 6 and 9. He's kicking at this, yeah. Now, I think he's going to probably want to try and catch the bottom half of that 4. That way, he'll send the 4 ball up table toward the 8.
Yep.
One rail toward the 8, and maybe.
So it looks like he does have one rail between those balls.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Same thing, I think. He's going to want to try and catch that bottom half. Just like that. Just like that. Look at that.
Wants it to go.
Beautiful kick safe.
Yeah.
Like a lot of good things are going to happen there. I think you alluded to an interesting point. I think he may have underhit it a little.
Yeah.
If he had gotten like another foot or so, probably would have ended up a little bit better, but he still got it.
Yeah, Sean's really good at these. Look for that cue ball to track under the 8. Yep.
Look at that. And he got the rail already. Got another rail with the 4. So another situation where James Davis Jr. is sort of like, on his heels a little bit.
Yeah. It's going to be a fun match. These guys are both really smart players.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I played Bastrop Jr. quite a few times over the years, and I can't tell you how many times he's beaten me with, just pure brilliance.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a great shot maker too, and like can't take anything away from like his shot making and stroke abilities, but he also backs it up with a very intelligent game.
Nicely done again.
Looks like he's reversed the situation.
Yeah.
So let's see if that same gap.
We know the cue ball fits if it's in the same spot along that right rail.
Yeah.
Not sure it is.
That looks like Sean's going to kick at this, though.
Yeah.
And I think he's looking up table. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I think he may be just looking to pocket this because it's so close to the rail. He doesn't really have any safety. That's going to work out.
Wow.
I was going to say he doesn't really have a kick safe option because of its proximity to the rail.
Right.
So why not get aggressive? So more defense with this 4 ball. Y'all should be really happy because here in Round Rock, Texas, we use purple 4 balls.
He's looking at pinching the bank in the side. I don't know if it's available.
No,
I don't think it is.
I think he's got to think about playing safe. Yeah. I think he's going to look to send that 4 ball up table again and try and use the 9 as a blocker. That's my guess. The way he's winding up, though, makes me wonder if there's something else in mind. Cut the ball? Nope. Oh, he's using the 6 as a blocker.
Yeah, wow.
That's a good shot.
Nicely judged.
Yeah.
He may have the left side of the 4, but I don't. No, I think it's full eclipse. Looking at the table.
It looks like he's got a full eclipse there. Looks like he's going to
Doing a
try and
little-
masse around it a
little
little.
baby masse. That
Well, if he can,
that 8-ball's blocking his ideal kick path, I think.
yeah, he's got a full eclipse. I can see it in
I was
real
gonna get the
life.
jump cue out.
Oh, look at this.
How'd that go?
How'd he
Jeez.
hit it? Wow.
Oh man.
That's a highlight reel shot.
Especially since we just talked to him before the match and he said he doesn't like jumping.
So here's Sean. He's not quite in the driver's seat yet. He's gonna have to, play a real tester here on the 6. But I think the rewards will be huge. This could be the game-winning shot right here. And I think he may have just enough room to go forward in 2 rails, which generally is the way Sean likes to go.
Oh, he missed it.
Oh yeah.
Is he gonna get a? He's got a bit of a roll there though.
Yeah.
So.
And here's James again, kicking. This time, do some fortunate rolls for Sean, or a fortunate roll for Sean, I should say. And that's 9-ball for you.
See that back table. Justin Espinosa played a poor positional shot, and he's hooked himself behind the 8, shooting that 7-ball.
Here comes
Just
James.
playing straight to pocket this. Yep.
You have to spin into it, I think.
Yeah, you need a little speed coming off it if you do make it.
It's like 130 spin.
You got to
maybe
get clear of that
2 o'clock.
9.
Oh, he's gonna make it.
Shot.
And he's gonna get the shape
with the speed to get around the 9.
Okay, so one more tester for Bastrop Jr., but he's kind of straight on this, so it's only like a semi tester, but it's a long shot.
Yep.
So, and it's morning in pool world.
Yep.
Oh. So James misses the straight in shot.
Yeah. They both came with spectacular shots and then missed the follow-ups in that, right?
Those are the kind of shots where, like, early in the day, like, you haven't played very much pool yet, sometimes you see them and sometimes you don't. I guarantee you in a few hours, Bastrop Jr. won't be missing those shots.
Right.
It's just a matter of, like, getting properly warmed up. And sometimes even in, taking a half hour of practice shots beforehand still doesn't warm you up the same way. Yeah, he's going to fall a little straight on this, which is not the way I think he would have wanted it. So he may have to play a compromised position on the 9. Oh, he can go forward. Okay. He's fine. Yeah, perfect.
All right, great opening rack. That was a lot of fun. Let's close out that second rack over there. He leads 2-0 over Espinosa.
Ooh. It looked like he was going to scratch in that side pocket on that break over there. Now you guys can't see what's going on. Little Laz just broke. His cue ball was right near the side pocket, then it got kicked away. So, those of you who haven't been to Skinny Bob's in a while, you may have noticed that the carpeting has changed. And the reason for that is they just recently re-leveled the floor. So our distinguishing characteristic, at least for the feature table and surrounding tables, has been eliminated. We no longer have a slope.
Yeah.
They did a great job in leveling out the floor over here, and the players are very happy. Everyone's happy. And the carpeting looks nice. So Sean does another cut break and successfully meets the 6-point requirement. It's just a matter of
just slice this in.
what does that one go?
It does. Yeah, it goes cleanly.
He'll probably take this on,
especially on fresh cloth. I mean,
yeah. But it's the position on the 2 that might be a little bit of a problem because that 8 ball is kind of big. Oh,
he
butchered that.
He junked that.
Yeah. I think he rushed that shot a little.
He's smiling, walking away from the table. Not his best work.
Yeah, you're not going to see Sean Black miss like that often.
Yeah. But now Junior's kind of got to deal with the same issue, but he's got a little more room to work with.
Yeah, I think he's got the angle is just so much that he's kind of forced to go down table.
Yeah.
I don't think inside will work very well here.
What if he just sets up for the defense on the 2, putting the cue ball behind the 7?
He might play to the short side of the 2, which might play well for the inside. But he can't go back and forth, at least I don't think.
Well, wants that to hold up.
Yeah, see, that's what I would be concerned about. Like the window is real small.
Yeah. But he's really not in too bad a shape here.
No,
even if he has to kick to the backside of this too, he's got really good possibilities coming up. But
yeah. Oh, I think you can see it.
Interesting.
So he might play a safety here on behind that 3, maybe?
Yeah.
Ooh, wow. He went all out.
Yeah.
And you know what? Even though I saw a safety there, that doesn't necessarily mean it was the right shot.
Right.
I'm just throwing out possibilities. Honestly, when the safety's hard and the shot is hard, you should take the shot.
Right.
Because of just this, you know, now he's left Sean a difficult situation. And Sean might be able to knock off a good safety here, but that would be a replay worthy shot.
Yeah.
I think Sean might be able to hit this 2 full in the face with inside and catch that short rail and get behind the 3, but that corner pocket is huge on those safeties. If he gets anything, if he gets a double kiss there, or if he misjudges it, he can end up right in the drink.
Well, Sean just walked out of the building. Not exactly sure what he's doing. He's back.
Now he's back.
He and James are laughing about something. I don't know where he went. But okay.
Okay.
Another creative defense from
Look at this.
Sean.
This is going to work out real well.
Can't play. Jeez. To judge all that on new cloth too.
Yeah. That's his 3-cushion background right there.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone want justification for playing 3-cushion? There it is. What a gorgeous safety.
Wow. A lot of his paths out of here are blocked. Jeez. We have to go between the 3 and 8, maybe.
Yeah, he's gonna.
Oh, he's got a gap here. What is he doing?
I think he's gonna Z into it
Interesting.
and try. He's gonna get a lot of. He's gonna get a lot of bend with that top
Yeah.
spin. Oh, one rail into it.
Wow.
It's a real pretty kick by
Yep.
by James Davis, and he's been kicking a lot so far. It's only game 2, and
Wow.
he's probably got about a half dozen kicks under his belt.
Look, Chris, of the World Championships set the finals, tied 7-7, FSR and Mohammed Sufi.
Wow.
How about that for FSR if he can close this out with the U.S. Open and the
World Championship.
World Championship in 1 year?
Yeah. He's such a nice guy too. I
Yeah.
mean, he comes off like such a friendly, happy person. He's a pleasure.
Oh,
to watch.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's cool to see the friendship between him and David Arcady, his countryman,
Yeah.
fellow Spaniard.
Sean's gotten a very nice angle on this 5-ball, even though he's a little close to the rail. He's got full queuing options.
He does.
And a very nice, healthy angle on that 5-ball to get him up table for the 6. I expect him to get out here. He's going to take his time, though, because he knows that James Davis Jr. is not to be underestimated ever. Some many great pool players throughout the country
That's right.
have learned that lesson the hard way.
From him and his father.
Yeah. Okay. So Sean ended up on the wrong side of the 6, which left him, a little long in the 7, but the 7's right near a pocket, so he should be able to manage this well. And this is one of those situations where any angle will do, and you just don't want your cue ball like on the rail. That's gonna
That'll
work.
definitely work.
Yeah, that's the perfect angle. So Sean gets ball in hand shape on the 8. I would go 2 rails here.
2 rails out.
Yeah.
3 rails.
See, I preface it by saying I would go 2 rails because I don't know what Sean's going to do.
Right.
He seems to surprise us.
All right. 2-0 lead for Sean.
And I mean that in a good way. Like, he comes up with some very creative, interesting ideas. Mostly because, like I said, he has a 3-cushion background and a very in-depth knowledge of how the cue ball moves around the table. And so, whereas for me, I'm going to fall back on, common roots that I feel very comfortable with. I think Sean's got a bigger library of roots.
Right. Like Espinosa is
Looking to tie at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's Sean with his cup break. This will be his 3rd break of the set. And he's made a ball every time, and that trend continues. And once again, he's met the 5-point requirement. So one of the things, even though these break rules haven't exactly slowed the players down much in terms of making a ball. In fact, I'd argue that they're making a ball about as frequently as they were before. The spreads are definitely much more awkward.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this. Would have been really sweet if he had, managed to get around that 6 ball. I guess it was not the easiest thing to do. So he's left Bastrop Jr. an edge.
He's got the edge.
Yeah. And I kind of expect him to take this shot on. I think he's going to go for it.
Yeah.
He's down 2-0. He wants to change the momentum. And there's not a whole lot he's going to be able to do here. He might be able to kick underneath it. And if he can kick underneath it and miss the 7 ball, there's a good chance of a safety. But
I don't think he can. I think the one's a little too close to the rail.
Yeah, I think he's going to take this on. Beautiful shot.
Where's he going to end up?
Well, I knew there was a really good chance that he was going to see the 2 ball after that cut.
Yeah.
I don't know what I couldn't quite tell how he was queuing up on that. Whether he was playing to run into a ball or not. Had he run into a ball, there's a good chance he would have had the 2 in the bottom left. He's a good banker though, so.
Yeah.
Gonna have to go around the table and get position on that 4. This is gonna work.
Yeah.
It's gonna work real well. Look at this.
Jeez.
Great shot by James Davis Jr.
Yeah, that 5 doesn't have a pocket down at that end of the table, though.
Not yet, it doesn't.
Tracking away from it.
He's got his options. I think he's going to be inclined to want to shoot this in the side pocket, mostly because he can still get the cue ball to move around quite a bit. Although if he does choose to shoot it in the corner, he might be able to get position on the 5 in the same corner. So I think he'll go up and down table. Yeah. Try and catch that gap between the 7 and 5. Don't catch that.
Oh, man.
That's a really unfortunate roll. He was tracking real well otherwise. If this were an Earl Strickland table, he'd be out right now. Well, I guess if this were an Earl Strickland table, he wouldn't have had the side pocket at all to begin with.
Hey, we got Callum in the chat.
Callum's a really good player. He's been up and coming. 600 Fargo.
Yep.
More to come from him. It looks like he's going to try and play safe. I think he's going to use the. I think he's going to try and one rail this down to the other end of the table. Oh no, he's changed his mind. No, I think he's going to still try and one rail this down to the other end of the table and maybe use the 8 as a blocker. See, yeah, the problem here is this safety's got to be airtight because he leaves Sean anything, and Sean won't have to worry about positioning for the 6.
Yeah,
because the 6 is hanging in the bottom right.
I don't fully see what he's going for here.
I think it's the one railer. Yep. Oh, he's going to catch that second kiss.
Oh man. Tough break for James catching the tip there.
Another one where he was tracking really well. Yeah. He hit it on a good angle. He just happened to catch that 5 ball again and leave a shot. So here comes Sean, and really all he needs to do is just roll this 5 ball in. Any position will do. Yeah, he just center balled that.
Yep.
Again, he just wants center table position, I think. Just like that. even better than center table. He's a little straight, but I think he's got just enough angle where he can do whatever. He's
straight
fine.
back.
Yeah. I think I would have gone 2 rails there personally, but
Yeah, he's got a little gap there.
He's probably gonna knock this down anyway. It's not a hard shot for Sean. Yeah,
3-0 lead here, but just a couple things have gone against James Davis.
yeah. I mean, so far
Could
he's
easily be 2-1
yeah,
either way.
and that's part of the problem in general with winner breaks, because the moment you gain control of the table, win a game, and then you get to break. If you're consistently making a ball, you get to dictate the pace.
Right.
You get to dictate what happens next.
And Sean's clearly got this 9-ball on the spot break.
Yeah.
Pretty well sorted out.
Yeah. So James is finding himself kicking a lot. He's off balance. He hasn't really found his groove yet. Like I don't know if he's made more than a couple balls in a row so far, and it's already 3-0.
1 down. It's compliant.
So yeah, here we go. You know,
you can definitely see a part of. You may be able to see the whole 2-ball here.
it's hard for me to see. I don't have.
Oh yeah, he's got the whole ball.
He's got the whole ball.
He got the whole ball.
And I would be surprised if Sean took this on. I think he's going to look for some sort of a safety.
Yeah, he's looking at the 9-ball, but he's looking at the camera at the 9-ball. But I don't see a lot of defensive value in that shot. It's kind of a sellout.
Does the 5 block his view of the left side of the 2?
I think he has the. I'm trying not to get in his line of sight here. I can't tell.
Mm.
He can see at least 3/4 of that ball.
Okay, because if he's forced to shoot toward the bottom left, then he might take this on. Because the safety options will be very limited.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Wow. Yeah, and that's partly where I was going with this. Like everything just sort of gravitates toward that bottom right corner. And for all I know, it could have been a similar result had he taken on the cut in the bottom left corner. But this is a great opportunity now for James Davis Jr. to get some shots under his belt, get comfortable again, and try and gain control of this set.
Hey Dylan, thanks for hanging out with us this Sunday morning.
Dylan plays here.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
I recognize the name. I'm not sure I've actually met him.
Real good guy. Like, I should also have said the same thing about Kellum now, because now I feel bad. Kellum's also good. Kellum's really rude. Kellum's a good guy too.
Yeah. Good teammate. I really enjoy playing with Kellum.
Yeah, they're both league players and solid players. Very, very interested in the game, students of the game. Okay, so James has got a real nice, healthy angle on this 3-ball, and the 5's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, missing that 8-ball. He did it nicely. It's going to overrun a little bit here, but the 6 it's not in a bad spot.
Yeah, you don't want to be forced to have to come up table come down table like he's going to have to here.
Yeah.
Had he stayed above the 5, what would he do?
Callum here.
Oh. Had he stayed above the 5, he would have been able to control how far away he would be from the 6, and now he's going to have a loose cue ball, so he might he might end up trying to play safe here, which would be really unfortunate. Again, he's only made a couple of balls, and you know he may have to give up control of the table.
So he's letting Espinosa take his time on his shot in the back there. That's why we're held up.
I think he's still
and he's still
he
evaluating.
still wants the extra time to look at this. This is a critical moment in the set. He's down 3-0.
Yeah,
he's got to turn this around right now, and he's for the most part felt a bit handcuffed.
Yeah. So, it looks like Laz and Justin are getting a bit of a defensive battle on the other table, and Justin's letting him, or James is letting him play it out here.
One of the things that's really cool about watching James Davis Jr. play, though, is that he rarely gets frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, here he is. He's down 3-0. He's lost control of the cue ball, and you can tell that the wheels are still spinning in his head. He's in the moment. He's enjoying it. He likes the challenge.
Yeah.
And so I expect him to come up with something good here.
Yeah, he's not going to be flustered. The moment's not going to be too big for him. He's played in huge matches against every player you can imagine.
So he did end up playing defense. Or was he going for the side pocket? I thought he was.
Looked like he might have been going for the side. I'm surprised by that.
I'm not. I mean, it could have gone any one of a number of different ways there.
Yeah.
He could have gotten greater separation, but with the cue ball on the 5. So here comes Sean once again, and he's played position for the ducks in the side pocket. Yep. Maintained a good angle on the 7. Probably going to draw back. Yep. Just going to perfectly get off that rail and have a nice healthy angle on that 8.
All right. Yeah. The rolls and minor mistakes against James here have been really costly.
Yeah. But again, and that's the fun thing about races to 7 winner breaks. Right now, Sean's in control. That could change in a heartbeat. And if there's one player in the room, actually there's more than one, but if there's anybody in this room that could swing this the other way, it's James Davis Jr.
True.
So,
hey, Callum, we do have that video. There were a couple audio issues with it. That's why we haven't uploaded the second part of the tune-up. If you're just looking for your match, I can certainly send that to you. Otherwise, I'll talk to Kyle. I think we've kind of been in limbo on what to do with it since it's not a great product.
We can just tell you all about it.
Yeah.
We'll
watch it and we'll just commentate it.
We'll send you the screenplay.
We'll tell you what's happening.
The transcript.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sean fails to make a ball in the break, finally. And here comes James Davis Jr., and he's got a great opportunity now, even though he doesn't have an offensive option here. He certainly has a lot of defense. Okay.
Hey, sorry, let's see what.
Well, that's a really nice safety. I mean, it even though it was simple and the difference between good and great is
he's just going to tie these up,
here.
I think. Oh no, he could get by it. I didn't realize he could get by it.
I think he's left it for him. Yeah. What I was going to say is Sean had to spin into that one ball a little bit, and that cut down his ability to be accurate there. And that was by design. So James has bought himself this opportunity. Let's see what he does here. I'm
He's
looking at
for
the
that
5
ball.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 5.
No, he's going to bump it, but he's not far from selling out.
No, but he may not like what he sees next.
Yeah.
It really depends mostly on how much of this 1 ball Sean can see. You know what? If Sean can only see a portion of it, he may have to take on this 1, although he might be able to kick behind it. Yeah, he did kick behind it. Yeah.
Beautifully executed. James does have 1 rail to this.
Yeah, but that's a tough kick. Because you gotta play for the bend here, especially on new cloth. Yeah, he's playing. He's gonna accentuate this bend.
Yeah, he is.
And we might be able to catch this on camera. Real nice kick.
So we can play that back in slow motion and see the bend here in a little bit. See what this does. Very slow motion. Painfully slow motion.
Sean's still looking over his options right now. Yeah. I think the bend happened around the 4 ball. It was a very late bend. So Sean has played a lockup safety on this.
Yeah. Maybe
really
2 rails between the 2-8.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. That might work.
Or maybe he may be able to stay between the 2-3. Actually, yeah, that's what he's looking at.
These kicks are so tough for us to see. Like even on camera, like being at the table is everything here. So yeah, it looks like he's going to go 1 rail. Probably going to kick hard.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because
no blockers around that 1. Got a
good chance of a sellout either way. So you might as well just go for it. Yep.
Contact. He's going to get rewarded.
Yeah.
Nice job.
And look at that. Look at all that mess in the top right.
Yeah.
So I think Sean can spin into this a little bit. Yeah, he's looking at that.
He's kind of going to add it to the pile up at the top right corner if he kicks at it that way.
Yeah, that's what he wants. Because the 4-9-3 play big, and he's going to want to relocate that 7 anyway. So why not? Oh, he's okay. Well, he got it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the way he wanted to hit it or not. I mean, he got it, so he might have wanted to hit it that way. So
right.
But I was expecting him to go toward the 7. And look at this. This is going to be a really good. Oh, this worked out real well.
Yep.
Again, I was seeing it the other way, where they would hit the other half of the ball, but they keep getting kick safes out of this, so they can't be wrong. So. I'm really liking how that carpet is showing up on screen.
Does look good.
Yeah.
Cool pattern.
So this is an interesting predicament for Sean, because if he can't see the 1, there aren't going to be a whole lot of avenues that lead to that 1 ball. Like
he might be able to tuck that 1 behind the 8 or the 7. I mean,
look at this.
Got the 1 there instead. Yeah.
This is interesting. He's going to be treetop on the 2 ball.
Yeah.
He only has a portion of the 1. The 8 ball's nearby, so it's going to hold up the cue ball. This might be awkward enough to buy Sean a shot on this rack. Oh, James is not getting it to him. He's like, no, you're going to have to play another good safety on me. This is an interesting situation. He might look to Z into this safety, like just send that 1 ball back and forth and leave the cue ball right there.
Okay.
Like roll up a little bit. Yeah, just like that.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Huh. What do we see
So
here?
Sean says, take that.
Yeah.
No, they're laughing.
Yeah. It's
These guys are friends. I mean,
oh yeah.
This tournament's been great for a lot of reasons, and one of them is like most of the field are locals.
Yeah. James is looking for some kind of 2-rail path to this. There's a 2-rail jump over the 2.
You know what? I mean, not that you want to have to tie something up.
Yeah.
But he could move the 8 on top of the 5.
Yeah.
You know, you move that 8 on top of the 5, and that's going to complicate things a little bit.
Sure.
There won't be very many opportunities to break this up, so that option's definitely there. He's gonna
see something.
Whoa.
Wow. Creative.
Some amazing curve he got there.
Yeah.
He was going to try and go two rails into it. Oh, that would have been amazing. I had my hand right over the replay button.
Yeah.
We were right near the thermostat, and so Shayla wanted to change the temperature of the room. Did she raise it or lower it?
I didn't see. hope she raised it.
This is why I brought my thermal shirt.
Yeah.
It's always, I mean, for me at least, I get cold easy, but it's always a little chilly in this room. They like keeping the air flowing here.
Our power finally came back on last night. So we've been without power for 3 days, and it was quite uncomfortable.
So you should like heat right now.
Yeah.
So did Sean get hooked on this 4-ball? He looks like he did.
He's going for the hand shoe jumper here.
I think that's a clear indication that he has a clear shot.
His custom Louis Vuitton hand shoe jumper. I love that thing. Wow, did not get it off the ground.
Another foul in this rack. Okay, this is the opportunity that Bastrop Jr. needs. He's only got one problem, and it's a big one. What to do with that 7-ball?
Yeah.
But you know what? The 5's nearby. You know, it might serve as an opportunity to relocate that 8-ball, but it'll compromise his position on the 6. So let's see how he handles this. We'll know almost immediately what his intention is here. So he is leaving it in place. But it's clear he has a plan in mind.
Maybe he's going to play off the 6 to between the 7-8 and split them that way.
I think he's going to play position for the 6 on the side. Yeah.
Oh, he hit that with speed.
So yeah,
he might be coming around between them.
He got a big angle.
Yeah.
So this is going to make it tougher. If he had gotten a smaller angle on this, he could have drawn right into the 8. So we'll see what he does here. He's down quickly, so he's already got a plan. He's going to run into the 8 anyway.
He's upset. Oh, he's about to be really upset. Yeah. Oh, that's sick.
He's scratching his head. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Not that we're rooting for any particular player. We like just seeing good pool, and close matches are good pool. And this was going to be a great opportunity for him to really change the course of this match, and he just keeps running into these roadblocks.
Disgusting.
Yeah. See if he can bust through this roadblock here.
4 rails at it. What's he doing? Just straight Z at it? Looks like he's going too wide for that. Yeah, he's going.
Look at that. Wow.
What a hit. It's probably not going to save him the rack, but it was a great contact.
No, it's not. But yeah, phenomenal kick there. That's really frustrating. And Sean's got a great chance now to make this 5-0. And although in a race to 7, it's never out of reach. It's definitely looking like an uphill battle.
Yeah.
For James Davis Jr.
On that back table, we got Justin Espinosa trailing Lil Laz 2 games to 5 in a race to 7.
Let's look at that kick shot again. Look at that. Really creative shot. And that speaks to what we were talking about before about the depth of knowledge James Davis Jr. has. I've never seen him play 3 cushion, but he's no slouch when it comes to kicking balls.
Sure.
Let's see how this cut break works with Sean. 1 on the side, no position on the 2. Was he compliant?
I don't think so. Well,
he made 2 balls in the break.
So
he has to be compliant. Yeah.
Pushed out, maybe just left James the edge of the 2 to work with. Be surprised if he turned this back to Sean if he could see any piece of that.
You know they need to serve in pool halls? Breakfast sandwiches.
True.
I'm in such a mood for a breakfast sandwich right now.
That's the New Yorker in you. Bacon, egg, and cheese.
Yep. I'm telling you, if they could make a pool hall with like a good deli and coffee shop,
Yeah.
I may just move in there.
Yeah, I don't understand why bars don't serve better coffee.
Yeah. Ooh, that's an unusual miscalculation by
I think he
Mr.
meant
Sean.
I think he intended to push out and leave James an edge, and he may have accidentally left a full eclipse.
Here comes James Davis Jr. with an opportunity to make more than 2 balls in a row. Looks like he's gotten nice and heavy on that 4 ball.
Oof.
Yeah, it was kind of close to the 7, but I think he's fine. And he should be able to. He should have his preference here. He can 1 rail or 2 rail into position for the 5. And I think he wants to be real heavy on the 5.
Uh-oh.
He's going to overrun this.
Needs to overrun it by a lot.
And
yeah,
he
he
did.
has. Okay, good.
He did. He's actually kind of perfect.
Yeah.
So this is going to work out great for him. And yeah, this is the type of stuff that happens when you've been in the chair a lot and kicking a lot, which is what James Davis Jr. has been going through. That's a solid shot. That's got to make him feel a little bit better. He missed that straight in shot in the first game, and now he's, made a nice long shot. A little bit easier this time, but still, it's important. Anything that builds your confidence, Okay, he's going to have a little bit of a tester on this 7. But if he plays the cut in the top right, which is what he's looking at, he should be able to float this in and get natural shape on that 8. Oh, no, he's drawing. Okay. Wow. Yeah, see, this is something I was talking about yesterday. I think the rails have slowed down. I think that when Ernesto came in and reclocked the tables, they may have requested him to slow the rails down a little bit. Maybe they were a little bit lower before, because these tables are known for being kind of bouncy.
Yeah.
And I thought the bounciness was not a good thing. Like, it was too bouncy. And now they're playing more true, and I think it's surprising some players. Gorgeous shot.
Around. Oh, he's going to be in good shape.
So one last tester for James Davis Jr., and he can get rid of that donut.
Well, no gimme for Sean, though.
No, but I think that cut in the side is going to look awfully interesting. Whenever you're 4 feet away from the object ball, it's going to be, whenever you're 4 feet away from the object ball and it's not a hanger, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. Yeah, I think that side pocket's look, kind of big here. Yep. So that puts Sean on the hill. We're going to 7, guys. And over on table 5 in the background, we've got Justin Espinosa shooting against Lazaro Martinez III. And I believe Lazaro's up 5-3.
He is. Two other matches we got going on: Noah Contreras and Brian Sanders, and Mark Nanishi and Chris Morris. I'll get scores on those as I can.
Yeah, I see someone's on the hill between Noah and Brian.
Yeah.
It's 6-4 over there. Chris and Nanishi are at 5-2. I can't tell who's up. And so Sean's made another ball and break. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's made more than one ball in the break. And I think he's got a shot on the 3. But it's going to be interesting to see how he gets positioned on the 4 if he decides to take this on. Those 4 balls sitting in the middle of the table, they're really going to do a good job at blocking a lot of the natural pathways to go around the table. So this thin cut, even though it's very pocketable, may not work out if he decides to do it. Oh, I think he tried to bank it. And he got the double kiss. And he's going to leave James Davis a shot. Another tough roll. Look at this. I think he's dead straight on this 3 ball. I don't think it goes in the side. Look at that. You move that 3 ball.
It goes to the side.
It does?
It does. Yeah, it goes to the side.
If it didn't, though, it was going to be like another bad roll. Okay, so he got the cue ball off the rail, which is all he needed to do. Now he's going to want to get nice and heavy on this 5 ball, favor the left side a little bit. Oh, he can play it in the side pocket too.
Nice shot there.
Got kind of perfect on it. It looks like he's positioning to play the 7 on the side. We'll probably run into that 9 just a little bit, like an incidental contact. Oh no, he was like dead straight on it. Yeah. 7 on the side.
A bit more angle than he wanted here, but
yeah, he's fine.
sped to get it down.
He's fine. And that's it,
right,
folks. James Davis Jr. avoids the donut. Let's see if he can turn this around. Yeah, this is one of those situations where, like, this is a winner side match. Are we watching a winner side match right now?
Yes.
Yeah. So, like, this is one of those opportunities where like, I mean, no one ever wants to concede that they've lost, but it's a great opportunity for James to just let his stroke out.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, our bodies don't naturally want to play pool early in the morning.
Yeah.
Focusing on mechanics is not something that comes naturally for, late morning, early afternoon.
Like, let the stroke out,
So,
have fun.
yeah.
If you end up winning a couple of games, then, the pressure starts to build up a little bit, and maybe you can, capture this set.
Right.
And if not, if you end up on the B side, so be it. And look at this as preparation for that.
Yep.
Not to say that he's conceding the match by any stretch,
Yeah.
but like,
yeah, I mean, actually, there's a video of him running a 6-pack on this very table, is there not?
he did. He was not compliant, 3-point compliant there. So he made a ball on the break, but he didn't get 2 balls into the kitchen. So Sean comes to the table with a shot on the 2, not a big future, with the 3 ball sitting on the same rail as the 6. But we all know Sean. He'll come up with something.
Was Junior on the receiving end of that 6-pack, or did he run that 6-pack on the table?
He ran the 6-pack, yeah.
So we know that he's not out of this.
No, no, by far no.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sean did not get cute there. Just played the simple stop shot. He's already got something in mind. Real pretty. I don't think he's left a gap here, but it looks like it's close. There might be a gap between the 4-9. Yeah, there is. Wow.
Nice bank. Nice bank. I think Noah Contreras has defeated Brian Sanders.
Oh, wow.
7-4 on the
Wow.
B side.
Well, that's very good to hear because I've seen Noah play quite a bit over the past couple days, and I thought he was playing like a hair under his usual speed, so maybe he's back. Beautiful shot.
Nice shot here.
Really pretty shot, and that's going to set him up nicely on that 5 ball. And with the hanging 6, he's got nothing to think about. Just make the ball. There's another, similar layout as before. I think he's going to end up playing this 8 ball in the side pocket like he did with the 7 in the last rack. Oh, the 7's up table. The rack's in the way. I missed that part. Oh, there's another ball here. He's gotten real nice and perfect on that 7 ball though. He can go either way.
Beautiful.
Yep. Yeah, that's like ball in hand shape. I don't even think he's going to have to use a rail. Just draw back a little bit. He should be straight on the 9. Kind of like that.
Right. Making it look easy again.
Yeah.
Looks like Mark Nanishi is leading 6-2 over Chris Morris.
Where Mark Nanishi's 6-2 over Chris Morris. Oh wow. I played Chris yesterday. He's a really good player and a stand-up guy.
Chris beat both of us in succession.
Yeah.
That was annoying.
Yeah.
Talk about how nice he is another day. I'm just kidding. No, he was a nice guy.
Well,
I enjoyed my match with him. I enjoyed being around him. I did not play particularly well, which is frustrating. But yeah.
You never like losing, but it's nice when you lose to nice people.
Yes.
And he's a very good pool player and a nice person to boot.
Indeed. Yeah, very methodical, controlled game.
Yeah. It looks like James is going to hit this hard. Yes, he is.
Oh, it's compliant, and the 9 is threatening the side. All right, he's got to. No, he doesn't have a look at the. Well, he can see the 2, but yeah, interesting. All the balls kind of spread to the rails. A little bit difficult to find cover for defense here.
Yeah. Although he can look to move the 2 ball to the right rail.
Yeah.
Mostly because everything should be covered over there. Like Sean won't be able to cut it in. He probably won't. I mean, the only thing he may leave, which is a valid concern, is a bank on the 9 on the side. Mm-hmm. Bank combo. He's perfect.
Oh, well,
not perfect,
right.
but great idea there. I like
Yeah.
the execution. Had he run into the 6 ball, he would have gotten he probably would have gotten coverage. But he left the 2 ball tied up.
Right.
So yeah, he sort of went the other way. Like he was like, I'm going to use those balls in the upper right portion of the table to hide the cue ball. I was thinking use that to block pads for the 3
Right.
or for the 2.
It's interesting. Sean standing where. Okay, I thought he was. Wasn't sure what he was going to be looking at from that part of the table, but he was just waiting for Laz to shoot behind him.
It looks like he's going to stop the cue ball right there. No.
Yeah, he's going to leave the 2 where it was. And he's going to find that 9 ball. Wow.
That's real pretty.
Chris Morris just fluked a 9 to make it 6-3 in his match. And Espinoza has closed his match to 5-4 against down 5-4 against Laz, and he's at the table.
I feel like Espinoza is Espinoza's obviously one of the favorites in the field. He was one of the favorites from the start.
Right.
But he really is like that unknown quantity.
Yeah.
You don't know if he's going to play good or great.
Yeah.
He's got he's got another gear that a lot of players with similar ratings, don't show as often as he does.
Look how close that 9 ball came. Don't know whether he took it into consideration when he shot it, but
well, he's left Sean a kick safe. I don't think that's the kick safe that Sean wanted.
Oh,
but it's the kick safe that Sean's going to get.
Yeah.
I think he kind of wanted to stick it behind the 4 ball, and it leaked a little, but good speed, good speed on that 2 ball created another safety. Or at least that's what I saw. Maybe that was his plan all along. Right now, they're just waiting for Justin to shoot at this 3 ball, which he just did. They flipped the table. They flipped table 1, so down table is now closest to us, where normally it's the other way around. And you'd think that would cut down on traffic a little bit in the lane, but we are still occasionally seeing some traffic.
wow. I guess he wasn't a fan of anything he could do.
Well, tying up the 4 ball.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because he could have contacted the 2.
Yeah. But if he sells out,
right,
he loses the match.
Yeah, the 3 was going to track toward the pocket. The 2 is probably going to track to the bottom right pocket.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Force Sean to be Sean.
Sean's definitely going to have his options here because I'm confident he can draw that cue ball. Yeah, he's positioning just for that.
Yeah.
He can draw that cue ball right toward the 4. And if he hits the right rail, just before the 4 ball, there's a good chance he'll have a shot in the 4 in the bottom right corner.
Wow. Perfect.
Every now and then I call it. The nice thing about that shot is if you misjudge it as well and you run into the 4 after you hit the rail, then you're going to have another shot and 4 in the top left. So, it looks like he's going to catch that rail. Does it go?
Nope.
Does not.
And we're going
And
to have a 2-shot finale here. I think that 5-9 is
the 5-9 is huge.
looking big here.
Yeah. And James is going to have his way with this 4 ball. He can see the whole ball, and it's not really in the pocket.
Yeah.
These tables have deep shelves, so
They do, yeah.
you know it is possible to have a ball hang up, and it's still not easy to. It's easy
I'm
to
actually
pocket.
not sure he is going to play the combo.
I think he will.
It looks like he may have to spin this into me and bring the cue ball up toward the table where he is now.
No, he can see the whole ball.
No,
he's running it down anyway. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit surprised. I
think it was a little bit farther outside the pocket
okay.
than it appeared.
You know the balls are laying pretty easy too.
There we go.
Oh.
No.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah.
I literally just said the balls are laying easy.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna shut up now. I feel so bad.
He hasn't fully sold out here. I mean, Sean's got to come with a shot.
Yeah. Ah, God, that's so disappointing.
And
Look
Sean
at
has
this.
come with a shot.
Yeah. That's what Sean does. Oh, he's going to tie this ball up again.
Tie up again. Okay.
And just talking about deliberately fouling.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's never a bad idea to deliberately foul when you're in a situation like that, but you should always try and do it when you're tying up a ball that's downstream.
Yeah, and he really wanted to get the 6 closer to the 8 because Sean's gonna bury him here. And
Yeah.
if he was able to get that 6 closer up,
Yeah.
he's just gonna bank the 6 out of there and snug the cue ball up there on the backside of it, backside of the 8.
I really like Sean's speed on that shot. Like he didn't like punch it, you know, which a lot of players would do. He was nice and easy with it. Yeah, I was just gonna say when you're deliberately fouling for position to tie balls up, you don't want to do that with the low ball. You want to do it downstream. You want to do it with a higher numbered ball.
Yeah. Oh wow. Almost made contact anyways. That's probably going to be it for this match.
Very frustrating match for James Davis Jr. Just didn't get very many opportunities for the first 5-6 games to get it going, and once he finally did get some opportunities, like he had been sitting in the electric chair the entire time. But you know what? This is an A-side match. So
True.
James Davis Jr. will move over to the B side, and they'll have to worry about him.
And James concedes that last 9 ball. All right, so 7-2. We got Justin and Laz tied at 5 now. It was 5-2 in favor of Laz.
And we'll leave this view running for now, and we'll be back the moment we have another match. So
yes.
We'll go silent. We'll talk to you guys in a little bit. Okay, folks, we are back. It looks like we're going to have Justin Espinoza and Sean Black on the feature table.
It's the hot seat match.
Yep. Here, I'm going to turn our volume down just a little bit, just a smudge. Viewers at home, if we're sounding too low, let me know. Just when I took the headphones off earlier, I felt like I had gone deaf because you and I sound so crisp.
Well, we can adjust our monitor volume here.
Oh.
That's the volume that goes out to the stream.
Oh, okay. So I'll keep this up.
What are your headset? 2 or 3?
Yeah.
3.
3.
Yeah, yours got cranked up a little bit. I'll turn it down.
Okay.
Test. How's that?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, good.
Yeah, I took my headphones off and I was just like, I can't hear a thing.
Mike said it's too low. Is it still too low, Mike?
I just brought it back up.
We've brought it back up now.
Hoping Mike says, "Oh, that's fine, man."
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the way we do the sound, in case you guys are wondering, is we are programmatically filtering out the. We can go a notch lower. Okay, I'm gonna bring it down to there. We programmatically filter out the music. That way, the room can operate as normal. Unfortunately, what that also means is that we filter out a lot of the background noise. So we can't, the crashing of the balls, things like that, don't really come up in our stream. However, because of our headsets and because of that programmatic filter, we don't really need to create like a bubble around us to do commentary, and we don't need to worry about YouTube shutting us down.
I thought they called you already. I think it's me and Noah. It is. Oh no. No, Noah's playing Les. You're playing Strop Jr.
So they're 8 on the one most and 4 on the what about 12 back?
I think they brought 8 back. 4 on each side.
Yeah, I think they brought 8 in.
8 back. So you, Chris.
So on the one
you,
side,
Chris, Noah, Brian, and 4 back.
okay, I got it.
Oh, so they're taking their sweet time.
This is the hot seat.
Getting ready. They've already called the match, so it's just a matter of Sean Black making his way down from the rafters and getting this started.
So the 2 highest Fargos in the tournament are meeting here in the hot seat match. Espinosa's around a 725 and Sean Black's 735. So virtual coin toss here. How's the volume to your ear, Jude? Is it still too loud?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You sure? I can turn it down here.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. We're I can move this a little bit, I guess. That way we're sort of both in the shot. We're just sort of waiting right now. We've got Sean Black just getting his stuff together and Justin patiently waiting.
Justin is deep into tournament mode. This is just how his composure does not really change during tournaments.
No, yeah, he's very familiar with this stage of the tournament, and I expect fireworks. You know, like Justin's been playing a lot. He's been winning a lot. Not to say that Sean isn't capable of playing his usual self, but looks like they're just getting started right now. So we'll flip over there.
Sean's going to get this leg.
Yep.
Got 3 matches going right now. 6 players remain. In the back, you're going to see Mark Nanishi and James Davis Jr. And off to the right of them, we'll try to keep an eye on Noah Contreras and little Laz. Everybody's still racing the 7.
Noah's a really good player too. He's been hanging with Justin quite a bit lately, along with the Sanders family, and everybody in the Sanders family plays pool.
Oh yeah.
In fact, there's like 2 of them sitting right next to me right now.
Yeah.
Here comes Sean Black, and he's gonna open up with this cup break. He likes breaking from the rail, cutting into it. He's gonna look to make that one on the side, and he's gonna fail to do so. But it looks like he's not gonna leave Justin anything. Now, Justin, for those who don't know him, Justin comes to the table with a full arsenal of shots.
Yeah.
He's a good jumper. He's a good kicker. He's a good shot maker. I think his only odd sort of like Achilles heel is that his cue ball can be a little bit unusual. He tends to position, at longer distances than most players his caliber, and he'll take angles. He'll take on angles that you wouldn't normally expect a player to take on. So that's a beautiful shot by Justin.
Get a bump here. Yeah, just a little nudge. Yeah. Help him out.
Let's bring this over to camera 1. Now that's a big angle on that 2 ball. He might take this on. He can sort of expect to run into something, but he might also, he might take this on. Looks like he is. And he did run into something, and it's going to come up smelling like roses.
5-7 is a little awkward now.
Yeah, if the 5-7 looked like it was, decent for a combo now, not so much. But he might be able to drive that 5 ball off the rail right now.
He's looking at the combo. He's considering his options at the moment.
There's a carom there. He could play the 5-7 carom.
True. Move forward here. Yeah, he looks like he's just going to play the. Well, I was going to say he looked like he's just going to step for the combo, but he's got a pretty severe angle here.
So I think Justin's going to take this cut on and accept whatever he gets with the 5. I do think that there's a 5-7 carom there, but if he feels in any way that he could lose shape on the 5, he probably will play safe. So yeah, make this cut, allow the cue ball to slide all the way down table, and evaluate from there. Looks like he's going to run into it. And it's gotten
Yeah.
even better for the carom. He could play this so that he might not be able to do that, but I think the 5-ball is going to miss the 9 for the carom. And if he makes contact with the 9, that's not the worst thing in the world because it'll keep the 5-ball visible. So this is a critical shot right here in the rack. You never want to give Sean any opportunities. We saw what he's capable of doing with opportunities. Play the bank. Is he playing the bank?
Yeah, I kind of like the bank better myself.
There it is. Okay, so Justin's gotten real fine shape on this 6-ball. It's a long shot, and he's going to want to draw back a little bit in all likelihood. Just a smidge, really. I mean, like, if he can get a little bit above that 7-ball, just a little bit more,
Right.
it makes all the difference. Because he doesn't want to have to worry about making the 7. You know, he wants the pocket to be automatic. That way he can focus mostly on positioning. I see the 8 going in the right side pocket.
Agreed.
Looks like he's going to go forward on the
Yeah,
6.
I've seen him opt to go forward on a lot of these shots.
No,
let me
he
help
played
it.
stop. We can't look at Justin's cueing as a clue.
The cue doesn't get within 6 inches of the cue ball until he's making contact with it.
I was playing him last week, and we ended up chopping in the finals of the weekly tournament, and yep, he's going to go for the side pocket.
Wants to miss the 9, and he does.
Yeah, he climbed a little more than I think he wanted to.
Yeah.
And I was watching him play, and he cues up with his cue above the cue ball.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, he reminds me of the Filipinos. Like he like a lot of the Filipinos will oftentimes like cue very low, and they'll raise their cue on their final stroke, or vice versa. He's way above the cue ball. Wow. So Justin just narrowly avoids the scratch in the corner pocket, makes the 8-ball, and it's not a duck on the 9, but you know I kind of expect him to make this. The first blood, and there it
And
is.
he gets it down.
Justin Espinoza is able to start the set off in his favor.
Hey, good job keeping his head in the game. We had kind of a bystander standing awkwardly close to the table during that run out.
Yeah. It's Sunday.
Justin
Sunday
looked at him a
afternoon.
little bit, yeah.
It's going to be really exciting. We're now a little over a week out from the start of the very first Skinny Bob's Classic, and it's going to kick off on Valentine's Day, February 14th, and we're going to have a one pocket event. We're going to have a women's event. We're going to have a mini tournament, and then there's the main event. And that one pocket tournament, you know, $200 entry fee. How often do you see that? You know, like usually I feel like one pocket tournaments require a $500 entry fee. So
Usually 1,000.
yeah, so that That's going to be really exciting. I think we're going to see a lot of the local talent that normally plays 9-ball give one pocket a try. Okay, so Justin comes up dry, but it's compliant. So Sean's got to do something. And it looks like the 1-ball and the cue ball are both a little hidden. Kind of difficult to see. We can take another look at this camera. That's not going to show us a whole lot, but I think we do see that, like, Sean's probably going to have to opt for a push here. And pushing's going to be awkward because either you're leaving a kick or you're leaving a shot. So,
Yeah, that 4-ball provides great cover there.
okay, he left Justin a sliver of that one.
Oh, you think he goes straight at it? I imagine he'd kick in the stick
Yeah.
and just clear the one out and try to park the cue behind that 4-ball.
Justin's passing it back.
Oh, wow. I would not give this to Sean.
Yeah, I think he can see the left side of the one.
But even if you can, are you going at it? I'm kicking at this full every time. Oh, he did go at it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he was able to get good cover that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Justin passed it back there. Not that I would have hit it as well as Sean did, but that's definitely what I would have tried to do.
Yeah.
He did really. Sean's speed on that was just so nice, and I liked how he used the left spin to further promote that hook. You know, it was a very thoughtful safety there. So Justin could probably go rail first, and just kick into this with right spin. Oh, he's going the long way. Okay, let's see how this goes. Yeah, that's going to be tough to hit. Sean gets ball in hand, and although the 2-3 is the 3-ball's blocking the path to the closest pocket for the 2, with ball in hand, Sean can have his way here. So Sean's going to want to get nice and heavy on the 2-ball with the 3-ball so close by. I see Sean playing the 2 in the top right. Nope. Bottom left. Either work fine. I mean,
Right.
The bottom left is easier position for, and he got nice and heavy on it. Real good shape on the 3. He's probably going to go around the 4 2 rails, and he'll want a near straight angle on that 4 so he can get a near straight angle on that 5. Oh no, he doesn't want a near straight angle on the 5. He wants a small angle on the 5. So he's probably going to want to play the 5 and the 6 in the same pocket.
Right.
I can't tell. Maybe the 6 passes the 7.
He's checking it out now.
He's looking at it right now. Yeah. If the 6 passes the 7, then he can play for a small angle on the 5. And that's a critical shot too, because you never want to do a whole lot with balls that are riding the rail. Like that 5-ball is always a little bit of a tester. So the easier you can make that 5-ball, the better. So I get the feeling, given the position on the cue ball, that the 5 goes in the bottom left. So he'll probably just roll this in. And then he'll play the 6 and 7 both in the same pocket. Right now they're waiting for table 5. We've got 6 players left. Yep. He didn't roll it in. He punched it in.
Yep.
And this is our hot seat match. He's going to play all the balls in the same pocket. John Black, ladies and gentlemen. It's like rooting for U.S. Steel. That's what they used to say about the New York Yankees. Like being a Yankee fan is like being a fan of U.S. Steel.
Martin Anderson up 2-0 over James Davis Jr. in the back there, and I think Noah's up 2-1 over Laz.
Yeah, they're doing the beads.
Yeah, backwards.
Backwards, yeah. So,
Let's see, and Laz just tied it up at 2 with a 4-9 combo. See how Sean gets this break. A slug rack there, maybe.
well, he's made 2 balls, so
He
it's
did.
compliant.
Yeah. It's like kind of a weird action at contact.
Yeah,
Wow.
that 3-4.
If that 3 goes to the bottom left, he's fine. If it doesn't,
I think fine is he's gonna have to get real good heavy shape on that 3 ball.
Oh no! Wow.
Or Justin will have to get heavy shape. That's an unusual scratch by Sean. He's shooting a little faster than I expect him to. Here's Justin taking his time. He's measuring everything out. But Justin failed to get that straight. Yeah,
Points where he wanted it.
yeah. This is going to be a problem. But we'll see. We'll see how he manages this. The 4. You think the 4 might pass the 9? Is that a possibility?
I think it does.
Yeah, I think it does. So, yeah, he's looking at that too. Yeah. Take your medicine. That's I don't know if it's Justin's mantra, but he is certainly, you know, he will very quickly lean on his pocketing when necessary. Oh, he left himself real nice. Okay, he was fine. Never in trouble. So I know what I would do here. I'd probably use top right and try and kill that.
Yeah. He came around too.
Yeah.
Good shape.
Real good shape. That's like perfect. He's heavy on the correct side. So he should be able to slide into position for the 7 ball in the same pocket. And it's a great opportunity to give him a 2-1 lead in this short race to 7.
He's stepping back, letting Martin Anderson take a look at this. Looks like he's kicking the 2-ball here.
So I had a brief talk with Mike, Mark, yesterday as he was leaving. He's living in the Houston area.
Okay.
Which is why we've been seeing him more often lately. But yeah, he's from Philly. He says he remembers seeing my name, and I think we may have played each other last year. Although I don't entirely remember the set.
Yeah.
I don't remember the set at all, actually. But I remember seeing him around. Okay, so Justin takes a 2-1 lead. In fact, I could probably look him up. Vanishing. I lost in the hill against him.
Brutal.
There it is.
And the 22 Texas Open. 10 balls in it? Yeah. That would have been about almost exactly a year ago.
Yeah. Yeah. It's nice when I see I have a history against a guy with a near identical rating, and it's like we're almost dead even in score. 1-0 or 6-7, 7-6, whichever way you want to look at it.
One ball came up high, and this is
Looks like that
not
7's
compliant.
Yeah.
I don't think. Sean's going to get a look at this one.
Someone's playing pop music on a violin
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
in the background. Okay.
A little unfortunate not to find cover there the way he played it, I think, but he got good distance.
He may have gotten cover. That's 6 balls, half cover.
Well, might have half cover.
Of course, it's any leak there is going to result in some sort of safety.
Uh-oh. All right. Missed the point there in the side.
Justin hit that perfectly.
Yep.
But I don't know if this is I don't know if he's going to win this safety battle here. Sean's got a great opportunity to play a kick safe. Oh, it doesn't look like he's queuing up for one though.
Ooh.
Sold the farm. No, he sold the 1 ball, I'll tell you that. The 3 ball is still a problem. And although Justin might consider taking on that combination, I doubt it. I doubt he actually will. He's looking at it right now. It's a little bit off angle, and with the 8 ball about a diamond away from the pocket, you gotta strongly consider your options there.
Yeah.
If it were a 3-9 combo, he might take it on, but a 3-8 combo, doubt it.
If I keep position for it, he'd be playing safe though.
Yeah. Yeah, he's looking.
He's lined it up.
Yeah, Justin's a shot maker. He he gravitates to the shot every single time, and you know, you have a strength, use it. Okay, now Justin has sold the farm.
Well, 3 snugged up on the 6 a bit.
Yeah, I think
But-
it still goes. Yeah, it looks like he's got enough space to make it. It is a bit of a tough cut, but I expect that it looks like he's playing for the safety, so I can stop guessing.
Ooh,
That is not the bounce that Sean was hoping for.
No.
Went off the point of the side pocket. Thankfully, it was the good point, not the bad one. But he's left just in the shot. Bit of distance between him and a near hanging 3 ball, but he can check the angle. He should be able to get shape on the 4. Wow.
uncharacteristic shots from both of them so far.
Yeah. Well, the cueing on that, because you're going to have to check the angle somehow, and either you go with inside and you play for the 4 in the side pocket, or you go with outside, try and play for the 4 in the corner, the bottom left corner. Okay, so here comes Sean. He's going to get that shape on the 4 first, and either he's going to roll forward and play the 5 in the other side, or he's looking at the 5 in the corner.
Yeah.
That way he can just play a simple stop shot. And this isn't just a matter of preference. The 5 ball going into the corner makes it a lot easier to gain position for the 6. Had he gone for the 5 in the side and, for whatever reason mishandled the exact angle, he may have had to work for the position on the 6. So Sean's in real good shape now. Because of the angle he's got on the 6, I think there's a good chance he's going to at least strongly consider playing the 7 on the side. Yeah.
Used the whole pocket there and overrun a bit. Quite a bit, actually.
Did he overcut that? I didn't see.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
did.
what caused it. He's, definitely a tester coming up, but he's in reasonable shape, because all he really needs to do is just drag that cue ball to the right side of the table, and so he'll have all of his focus on making this ball. Yeah. So Sean looks like he's going to be able to tie this back up. He's got a nice angle on that 8 ball to go 2 rails.
Looks like he's hitting low.
Yeah. Oh.
Too straight for 2.
Oh, he was straight. I think that's going to work.
Same result. Yep. All right. Tied at 2. Hot seat match. Noah out to a big 5-2 lead over Laz in the B-side quarterfinal, I guess that is.
It looks like he's playing a drill over there. He's got like 4 balls
Yeah.
lined up in a row along the second diamond.
Yeah.
I was talking about this yesterday, and I think Laz is off. I don't think he's playing his best pool right now. It's been a good run for him in this tournament. Like he's made it to the second day. He's gone deep in this event, but I sort of expect a little bit more out of him. He's young, so that could all change in like a week.
Very young.
Yeah. only 17 years old, I think.
Yeah. One on the side
Wow.
and yeah, compliant. So no look at the 3 though.
That's a couple of balls
Oh yeah,
in the
he made a
break.
couple
Yeah,
balls. So
yeah.
easily compliant, but still no look at the 3.
I want to take a moment while these guys are thinking to thank you guys for joining us today, this Sunday afternoon. Please feel free to mention where you're from in the chat. Let us know how we're doing.
Yeah, be great to chat with y'all. Some Chad Pulczynski was watching from Minnesota yesterday. I didn't know. I don't know if he knew.
Yeah, I know him.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Do you? Okay. You know, from Minnesota.
He's one of the mods on Training Ground,
Oh, okay.
Proving Ground.
Proving ground. Yeah. Nice
Very
speed
nice
there.
safety
Wow.
by Justin. A-Rod says we're doing
Yeah.
great.
That's pretty good.
And little Chris, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys can like and subscribe and share, and anything short of like coercing your friends and family to. And I'm actually not
Why
against.
short of that? Yeah.
I'm not against coercion. So it looks like Sean may have fluked
Jump
that.
bank, yeah.
Yeah. The jump bank fluke in
Yeah.
the side.
Yeah, you should be able to avoid that 8 on the way through, I think.
Yeah, he's got the bank here, and it's just a matter of like managing the speed for the 5, which he should be able to do. Here comes Justin, and I gotta say, Justin loves thin cuts. Like he's so good at them. I don't know exactly how he's gonna plan on getting on the 5 here, but his accuracy with these thin cuts, I would be shocked if he didn't get like ideal shape on this 5. Uh-oh. This is not going to track well. Or maybe
Sure not.
No. So Justin ended up getting a real good track, but he didn't have good speed. So now he's hooked behind that 7 ball. And I think it's close enough to the 7 where the jump is, not an option. I mean, I guess the more talented jumpers out there could handle this, but not to say that Justin. Yeah, Justin's going to kick at this. Wow.
What a shot.
Wow.
With ball in hand, safe on the 6. Yep.
Incredible kick shot by Justin Espinoza. I'm afraid he might be shooting at this really quick, so I'm not going to go to the replay right now.
Yep.
We'll show the replay between racks. What a great kick by Justin. Very clutch shot. Tied 2-2 going to 7. You don't want to give anything up.
Right.
Yeah, he's falling a little bit on the wrong side of the 7, and I think that's by design. I think he was more concerned about keeping his cue ball off the rail than he was about the angle. Yep. Ooh. So he's running to the 9 ball, but with the way the 8 ball's positioned, I don't think he's terribly worried.
Yeah, the 8 settled nicely by that corner.
Yeah. That's something I did not expect to see.
Kind of rushed it and hit it with a lot of speed.
Yeah. So he's left Sean a bit of a tester, but it's a small tester with a high reward.
Right.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Sean made this with follow.
Yeah.
Just, you know, he can. Just because he can.
Right. And he looks looking to the side now.
Does the 8 not go?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, he might not have a full pocket.
That was a bit of a two-way shot, I think.
Yeah, I think it was.
I don't know if he's going to get away with it, but I think that was the thought process there. Justin looked up to the TV set, or God.
Yeah,
It's one or the other.
maybe he's a bigger golf fan than I thought.
Yeah.
Check the golf score that's playing over our head.
He just sort of looked up toward the TV. I couldn't quite tell. Like, well, maybe he's a big golf fan. Yeah. Justin's going to give this some thought. He wants to like really make sure he, you know, drains this.
Shake off the sting from that miss. On this
Yeah.
prior shot. It's a brutal.
Wow.
Brutal.
What an unfortunate scratch. So this is going to give Sean Black the lead. 9 ball has been conceded.
All right, 3-2 to Sean. Man, I thought when he made that amazing kick, which we'll replay now.
Look at this kick shot.
Man.
Yeah, the right spin really backed that cue ball up. Real nice.
Strop Jr. and Martin Anderson tied at 2, and Noah on the hill, 6-2 over Laz Martinez and breaking.
Two balls in the break.
Yep. And the 2 hanging over a pocket. 3 out in the open. 4 is interesting.
4 is going to be tough.
Yeah.
There's going to be some defensive opportunities there, and it does go in a couple of pockets.
Yeah.
It's all going to depend on how Sean shoots this shot right here, right now. This 2 ball is everything.
Hey.
So I think he's gotten a little bit
Tracking away from it, yeah.
and closer to the 3 than I think what he would have preferred. He may have to stretch for this. He may have to use the bridge, but I think he's a tall guy. Maybe he's got unusually long arms too. Or maybe he's
I wonder
left-handed.
if he might just draw out of this and get under the floor. No, he had a great angle for that.
Okay, so I think he's looking at the combination.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's got better luck with combinations than Justin. This is not going to
Ooh.
work out. But it is a great setup for a deep for a safety behind the 5
Yeah,
ball.
drag that cue ball over. Did not get there.
Did not get there. Yeah, I almost called it a defense. That's what my wife calls safeties, mostly because of APA.
Yeah.
She plays a lot of APA, so she's like, so I hit him with a defense, and I'm like, that is not English. I know they're all words, but but in APA land, that's like a perfectly reasonable thing to say.
He misses a 6. It's good distance, but Sean has a full ball to look at here, I think.
Yeah, the distance is the real part of that of that attack there. You know, he's left Sean on the rail. It's going to compromise his queuing quite a bit. And although Sean does still have the 5 available to him, if he had a problem getting on it before, he's going to certainly have more of a problem now.
Throwing a couple diamonds up the rail.
Well, yeah, it's sitting on the rail.
It's no gimme, but it's makeable.
Yeah, it's more makeable had it, settled just off the rail.
Right. He's confirming that it's. So yeah, spin it under the 6-9 and come back out, or just keep it all above.
I think. Well, that's the tricky part, right? Because if he hits this with inside, it could track right for that bottom left corner.
True.
So
does not look like he's doing that. So, oh yeah, boy, that's a tough shot to play with outside. Sean's gonna be looking to get behind that 5 ball again here.
yeah, he seems to really like these safeties. So that's a good call. Oh, it looks
Maybe
like he was
even a
going to be two-way. Yeah.
Which way is it gonna hit it? Oh,
So I would not be surprised if that 4 ball can pass the 5, and he's looking at that right now. I would not be surprised if Justin goes on the attack here.
sure.
Justin does play a little bit of one pocket. This is a very common shot in one pocket. If he thinks it goes, he's going to go for it. But like from what I see, I don't think it does go. He'll probably try and play safe. Yep, he's playing safe.
Nice speed, got it covered.
Yeah, I think he really maximized that wall the 6-9 creates. It's funny, we don't see the gaps very well in that direction because the table's actually like, our camera is at an angle with the table. So those distances, those vertical distances are not as visible on screen. Yeah, Sean's kicking at this. Made contact and
Snugged it up on the 6.
hey,
And I don't think
that's a
he
little
can
bit
clear it
funky.
out. Yeah, I don't think he can get the 4 out of there and hold the cue ball without moving the 6.
Yeah, he's got Justin on the rail, so half the cue ball is missing, and the 6 ball's just really compromising what he can do with the 4.
Yeah, I think go off the
Justin
right
just-
side of the 4 and push them both over toward that rail.
Yeah.
Get the cue ball up table.
Yeah. Well, he's going to want to try and have the cue ball and the 4 ball sort of track together.
Right.
If he can help it. Because he doesn't want the cue ball to go north of the 4. Leave him a shot.
Mm-hmm.
His other option is he could just thin the 4 ball on the left side and just leave.
Use the 6 to stop it. Yeah, that was ambitious.
Yeah.
I was asking a lot.
Yeah. What I was saying is you could thin the 4 ball on the left side and then you're leaving a 4-9 combo.
Yeah.
Not saying that.
Thank you.
I mean, you never want to leave combinations on the 9, but I'd rather leave my opponent any combination than an open shot. That was a clever shot.
Yeah. Such control on that. And trusting to execute it like that on new cloth. That's a shot you feel like you shoot on a table you're real familiar with.
Yeah. Yeah. One might say Sean's played here before.
Well, I mean, these are new conditions to all of us with this fresh cloth.
Sean also, because he plays so much 3-cushion, and 3-cushion tables always play faster than pool tables, these are conditions that may actually like just favor him generally.
True. I'm giving Justin a lot to think about since that miss on the 8 a couple racks ago.
There's that.
Oh yeah, this position on the 5 here.
Yeah.
Low inside to push it up. Maybe not even. Did he put low on that too?
Yeah.
Just low inside.
They're taking a break, so we'll take another look at that real quick. Yeah, it's low inside. He uses the low to pass the 5 ball on the right, and the inside brings it back past the 5 on the left. That was real cute.
Yep. Laz has gotten the game back on Noah. He trails 3-6 in that race to 7. Mark Nanishi jumped out to a 2-0 lead, but James Davis Jr. has clawed back 3 in a row to lead 3-2.
I feel like we should start some controversy in the chat. That's what I want to do.
You got to be more specific, man. We get in trouble. How much controversy? What are you trying to talk about?
I don't know. I don't know yet. I'm thinking like
how spicy you want this?
Well, the past week or so, we were talking about this a little bit before. The past week or so, there's been some talk about why the Derby City Classic took so long, and some people were blaming the cloth. It's clear to me, honestly, that Simonis cloth plays just as well today as it ever has.
Yes.
Our tables here were recovered this week by Ernesto Dominguez, and we're using Simonis 860, which is what this room has always used, and everything is playing like beautifully.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, the guys at home, what you guys think. Do you think that we should continue as an industry to always use Simonis? Do you guys have other favorite cloths out there? Do you think that we should be mixing it up? Like maybe the conditions should always be different. Like
curious to hear about Andy Cloth. I see it advertised.
Yeah.
They sponsor a lot of foreign players primarily,
and they've been around for a while, and yet I never see it.
Even top players. I mean, I think Josh Filler, who is a Predator player, he's sponsored by Andy Cloth, which is a bit of a conflict. I've never thought on it.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. If I were in the business, if I were interested in reclothing my table at home, I would definitely only consider Simonis. But there's a couple of reasons behind that.
I mean, one, consistency. You want to practice on the same as what you're going to shoot on.
And most of my tournaments are here at Skinny Bob's. They also have a better color variety than most of the other cloth companies.
They do. I got mine in the Sark Gray that Matchroom uses, and I love it.
Yeah, you should love it. It looks amazing. That's a real pretty break by Sean. And wow, this looks like a drill almost, like stop Sean on the 1, hanger on the 2, nearby 3. Really the only challenge is going to be navigating from the 5 to the 6. That's a pretty
Nice
shot.
control there. Beautiful.
But I think Sean can go 1 rail for the 5. And I think he can Z into the 6. That's what I'm guessing.
I wonder if he might.
Okay,
Now he's gonna
the heavier he gets, the harder that Z shot gets.
indeed.
Let's see how he handles this. I see the Z angle, like you just go
Yeah.
off the left rail, off the right rail, and if you aim to run into the 8, you're almost guaranteed position. Like even if you miss the 8, you're guaranteed position.
Well, he's not gonna get there, I don't think.
Okay, so I was half right. He did try and Z into it. I think he just I think he may have gotten a little too heavy on that 5. See, no one at home cares about cloth. No controversy.
Yeah.
I should have brought up Shane Van Bunning's sneakers.
Yeah. How about the year that Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is having? He just won the World Championship this morning.
He's an amazing character. He really is.
Yeah.
I couldn't say enough about how good he is for pool. And this is no knock on Shane. I don't mean this in any way as a knock on Shane. But if Francisco Sanchez Ruiz were American, he would probably be like the most popular male player of our generation. He's just so charismatic. He's always in this happy, cheerful sort of mood. Like he's happy when he wins, he's happy when he loses. He's just a pleasure to watch. He's great for the sport, and I can't help but root for him. Whenever you're rooting for the favorite, that really shows some charisma.
True.
And not that I don't root for Shane. I do sometimes.
Yeah.
But it's so much fun to watch Shane lose too. You're like, oh, I gotta root for the underdog. But with Francisco, it's like he's rarely the underdog, and you're still rooting for him.
Mm-hmm.
Justin's got this great chance to turn this around right now.
Yeah, 5-2 would have been a big lead for Sean. When we get this to 4-3, it's definitely manageable.
There it is. Justin Espinosa has gotten to within 1. And we're in the winner's side finals. This is the hot seat match. And,
and the B side quarterfinal, one of them is wrapped up. Noah has eliminated Laz Martinez. And so Laz finishes 5th, 6th.
I was just going to say, if you know anything about true double elimination, what that means is that the finals will also be, 2 sets. And you can do the simple math. That means really the results of this match will in all likelihood determine who the winner of the tournament is.
Right.
Not that the finals will necessarily be a walk, but the winner of this match goes into the finals with an unbelievable edge over the challenger.
Yeah.
It's all things being equal, it's a 3-1 edge. there's a lot at stake here, and both Justin and Sean are very aware of that, and they are both eager to gain that edge. So last night I ended up getting Italian food from my favorite Italian restaurant in Round Rock.
Oh wow. Sorry. Oh wow.
Oh,
Shot.
yeah.
No offense to your Italian food adventures. So Sean hung that one deep in the pocket, but I think Justin can see the top side of it, and the two's a hanger. So
Justin's got a great chance right now.
yeah,
Tie this up at 4, make it a race to 3. So this is another really challenging shot. Although
it really is.
Although as hangers go, this is a little bit easier than most of them. Justin can actually go rail first and make this, which isn't always the case on these tables.
True.
So the question is, how do you get positioned on that 3? I think part of it is just, managing the speed, but it's very hard to predict how that cue ball is going to react.
Yeah, I like this. Just let it release and keep yourself out of trouble, real trouble. But it's not perfect. But
so Justin's got his options here. I think he can actually sneak that cue ball in behind the 9.
He's checking the bank. He's seeing if the bank goes. Boy, I was curious why he's not putting the 9 in play as a 2-way. Oh, he is. Okay.
Oh,
good.
there it is.
I was surprised he didn't go straight for that.
Justin Espinosa with a nice carom.
4-4.
And it is now 4-4.
Justin's taking another quick break.
It's a real nice carom.
Yep.
He actually followed on that so that he could create some distance.
Yep.
It wasn't just a pure carom. Otherwise he would have possibly left a shot on the 3 had he missed the 9 ball.
Right.
So that was a nice creative 2-way shot by Justin there.
All right, tell me more about this Italian food.
Okay, so Palermo Pasta House, which is
that. Yeah, I've been there.
Arguably my favorite Italian restaurant in the city.
Okay.
But what made me especially happy, and the reason why I'm bringing it up is for dessert we had cannolis.
Oh yeah.
So it made me feel like Phil Rizzuto calling Yankee games back in the 80s and talking about where to find the best cannolis in New York City. All I need now is a cannoli, as we watch these pool matches. Apparently, he would get a box of cannolis every single day, for every single Yankee game.
Jeez.
Yeah. All these bakeries were sending him cannolis. Here's ours, try that.
Yeah.
So I guess players have taken a little bit of a break.
Mark Nancy got that last rack. He's down 3-4 now to Strop Jr. What do we have? The winner of the Nancy match plays Noah, and the winner of that will play the loser of this here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we still got as many as 4 rounds to go if the final goes 2 sets.
Yeah, we'll have a loser's side match, and then we'll have the loser's side finals, and then we'll have the finals.
Yeah.
So
Potentially 2
we're
sets.
guaranteed three more matches after this one.
Yep.
I think you may have seen James Davis Jr. in the corner of your screen doing his best John Travolta.
Yeah, we got a little disco going here.
Yeah, they're really picking music today. Huh? Like, going out of their way to find like some unusual stuff. Maybe if they bring back the 60s now. The players are back. Justin's racking for himself. So I think for the Skinny Bob's Classic, it'll definitely be none on the spot, but I think the 2-ball won't be allowed to be racked in the back.
Yeah, I think they implemented that rule on this one too. Haven't been paying attention to see if people have been following it, but I think
Justin's
technically
put
we're
the 3 on the back.
yeah. It's a weird change because it used to be you had to put the 2 in the back, and then a couple years
Yeah.
ago they changed it to you were not allowed to put the 2 in the back.
Well, one thing is certain, because of the way they're breaking, it's very difficult to pattern rank.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
basically eliminated the benefits of pattern racking,
Right.
generally speaking. So players might still be making balls in the break, but like, they're not getting those Corey Deuel style, like, pop, 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 and done. Okay, so Justin fails to make a ball in the break. Was that compliant? I didn't quite see.
I don't think so.
I think that only goes to show like how strong of a player Justin is in other facets of the game. That he can have a break that's very average, and still compete at the highest levels, beating some of the best players in the world.
Yeah.
It basically suggests that more often than not, he is out shooting, out maneuvering. He's doing all the other things better than everybody else because he can't just break his way through a set.
So it must have been a compliant break because Sean pushed.
Yeah, or if it wasn't,
or they didn't catch it.
They didn't catch it. Yeah, and just so you guys know, we're here as observers, just like anybody else who'd be sitting on the rail watching a match. We don't get involved, unless, of course, both players come to us and ask for, clarity on something like what the score might be or whether or not it was a good hit. Barring those situations where they come to us, we do not get involved. So you think this set's going to go hill?
Making predictions now?
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm asking you.
let's see. 4-4.
We'll bet a quarter.
I
How
don't
about that?
think it goes hill.
You don't think it goes
I
hill?
don't think it goes hill.
So what's your guess on the final score? We won't even talk about who you think is going to win.
Yeah, it's 7-5.
7-5. Okay.
7-5.
I'm thinking 7-6. I think we're going to see a hill.
Yeah.
Justin's managed that safety very well. Simple half ball hit that, had equal speed on both the object ball and cue ball.
I predict the first player to get to the hill will break and run the winning set. How about that?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I like that prediction. This is a very interesting. Yes.
Right.
Wow. Incredible kick bank by Sean Black. Still an interesting layout. The 4-9 is going to pose a bit of a problem. It's going to be a run stopper, but you know he's got a clear shot on the 2.
Yeah, and if you can get under that 4, he's got a lock-up defense opportunity.
He's going to overrun. All right.
Short side? Yeah, short side.
Yep, short side position.
In good position to get where he needs to be on the 4, I think. He should have enough angle, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think all he needs to do is get like real heavy on that 4 ball.
Yeah.
And
is there any chance it goes to the... No, it doesn't go to the side.
the only question is, does he have enough angle on the 3 to get heavy on the 4?
Yeah.
You know, he'd have to get like right near the
I think he does.
that line, that middle line. Certainly looks like he was trying for that.
Yeah, I was wrong.
Well, you may not be wrong because he still has another safety here. You could go full in the face in the 4, and you can follow behind the 6 because the 4 is going to carry him up table and the 9 ball is going to go to the right. So you can like basically stun follow your cue ball straight.
I think he's going to thin the 4 up table and try to stick the cube over here in this bottom right quadrant. Find cover behind the 6-8. Wants to check up a little bit. Yeah, he's good.
That
Nice
works
job.
out perfectly. That was much simpler than my idea.
Son's going to get the hand shoe out. What are you hoping to get out of this shot, Jude?
Safe behind the 7, yeah. That's what I would have been going for too. He just didn't get there, and he didn't get any good roll with the 4.
Yeah.
If he'd gotten contact, any kind of contact with the 4, I mean, like that would have kept the 4 down table. He would have had a good chance at like getting some sort of a hook.
Oh, if y'all can hear me crunching ice, I'll try to stop doing that with the microphone.
That's it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I really enjoy the field we have left, but it's unfortunate that Lazaro Martinez is already out. Would have been a lot of fun to get him on the TV table again.
Yeah.
I didn't get to do any real commentary on his match yesterday. On his matches yesterday.
Yeah.
So I was looking forward to that, and that's too bad. John's got a long shot at a nice angle on his 5 ball. And that 6 looks like it's got decent room past the 8. Yep. But I think Sean's debating stunning back and forth versus follow. Oh. He had a nice angle.
Well, that was
though.
pretty.
Yeah, that was. Sean likes to follow. He really, really likes to follow. A little close to the rail, but he's got a good angle on this 9. I expect him to drain this. Okay. So Sean Black regains the edge.
I'm going to step away for 1 second. Be right back.
So the field is beginning to dwindle. We're now down to Sean Black, Justin Espinoza left on the winner's side. On the loser's side, we have Mark Nanashi, and we've got James Davis Jr. and Noah Contreras. And it looks like we've got a Noah fan in the chat. Okay, so Sean opens up with a break. It does not look compliant. However, he also didn't make a ball. So Justin has the option, but he's going to accept it anyway. And this is a bit of a mess. Got 6 balls all in the rack area, and that's going to be very difficult to navigate considering that the 1 ball is one of the few balls up tabled. I don't even know if you take this on. I think you have to sort of play safe here. There just doesn't seem like a whole lot of future in making this 1, given the fact that it's inevitably going to have the cue ball landing on the right side of the table unless you power stroke it. Justin's taking his time on this. I think he's going to play safe. No, he took it on. I think he was asking a lot there.
Yeah, I mean, who knows where he would have landed if he made it, but cue ball got almost perfect on him too.
Yeah. Now, Sean's in a different situation. I think he is going to take this on. I think he can sneak past the 5 ball.
Yep.
Go underneath it, and spin out for the.
Oh wow!
Or
surprising miss.
Yeah, me too. So back-to-back uncharacteristic misses from both players has left Justin a safety opportunity. It's probably going to thin the 1, I think, and try and send the cue ball behind the pack of balls. He's hit this a little too fat. It's a very nice angle, very nice track that Sean accomplished there. So he's on the 2 ball, and I think he's checking to see how that 3 goes. Do we have any other information here?
No, not really.
Not really.
Oh, nice. You got one of Noah's Nebraska buddies in the chat here, Patrick. Yeah, he's been shooting phenomenally down here. Everybody's real impressed with his game.
Yeah, and he gets a lot of love down here too.
Yeah.
He's a good kid, real good kid.
Yeah, everybody likes having him around for sure. And he has not had an easy path here. He's run his last 2 matches have been against 700 plus Fargos.
Yeah, yeah. This is another interesting situation for Sean. He might be able to tuck the cue ball behind the 8. Well, I think that's what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
Just underhit it a little bit, and he may have left Justin something here. Certainly looks that way. Yeah, Justin's eyeballing this like he can see everything. Oops. I put it on camera too. We don't have a camera too. Was Justin taking this shot on, or is he playing safe? Because he's certainly like
Yeah, he really looked at it like he's trying to run this
he's
up the
running
rail.
up like he's taking this on. No,
He's just psyching us out. Messing with us.
Gorgeous safety by Justin.
Yeah.
This is not the easiest of kicks. That the rack is a little bit in the way. I got to remind the players not to leave the rack up there. It's blocking that little portion of the table that we need. Just shows that every inch of real estate is used on the pool table.
Yep.
But yeah, that 4 ball is right behind the rack.
Oh man.
And it looks like Sean Black has missed it. Here comes Justin with ball in hand. And we're not out of the woods yet.
Yeah.
There's still some work to do. It's a wide open table, but the 6, 7, 8 are ever so slightly awkward. I think the key to this is going to be the 6 ball. How he positions for the 6 ball, and it's got to require good planning, and you need that correct angle. So let's see how Justin handles this. I'm going to flip back to the camera number 1. Personally, I think you want the cue ball just above where the 7 is now. Like that general, vicinity.
Okay. Yeah. Oh. I don't know. He's good.
Yeah. The reason why I was saying that, although Justin may be able to pull it back pretty simply right now, the reason why I was saying that is because if you overrun it a little bit, you have the left rail to use. He might do that anyway. Yeah, see? That was the key to this out. So he's probably going to want to use some inside spin and go between the 8-9, but he could come across.
Yeah, that makes sense for Noah. I can see that.
Yeah, we'll share this.
Yeah, he's sitting next to me here. I might go grab him in a second, see if he wants to get it on chat.
Here, we got a little surprise for you, Patrick.
What up,
Hey, we got Noah in the chat in the booth with us now,
Patrick?
so we can throw these back up and see what all he's saying about
Thanks
you.
for embarrassing me.
He said y'all used to go to a bunch of tournaments with him. He said used to shoot terrible, which I'm not sure I believe.
Yep.
Did you start
For
gambling
sure.
everyone and then came down here and that's when your game stepped up?
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. Lost a lot of money. Donated a lot of money, but it's the way to get better unfortunately, especially like, I don't know, 10 years ago, that's like the best way to get better. I feel like
Mm-hmm.
You've gotten some of that money back, haven't you?
some of it. I still think I'm stuck, but hopefully I live a long life.
How's the pool scene up there in Nebraska?
It's good. It's just all bar table, 8-ball. The
Okay.
league system's really, really strong.
Yeah.
The winners, I think, really help that. Like the winter league is like super packed, but just not a lot of competitive players. There's some really good players for sure, but they just stayed up playing bar table 8-ball. Really,
More of a
So,
casual scene.
yeah. There's
Okay.
definitely some really good players, but just stick to bar table, unfortunately.
Yeah. So what tournaments were y'all traveling to? He said y'all used to go play some tourneys together.
Yeah, just around the Midwest,
Okay.
like Big Dogs in Des Moines and Leisure Time in Moline, just all around Minnesota. I would just every weekend I had free. I would work during the week, and then I try to go to a tournament every weekend and drive up to like 6 hours, and I drag him along with me.
Yeah.
hmm
Nice.
So,
Risk his life.
so who's the best player in Nebraska?
Dustin Gunya by far.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's like a 720 some Fargo.
Oh,
Plays
wow.
really good. He plays really good.
So you're creeping right up there.
I'm trying, but yeah, he's a great player.
Nice.
Yeah.
You've had a good run through here. I mean, your last two matches were against 700 plus shooters. Really nice wins.
So Justin makes a ball on the break. It is compliant, and he's got position on the one.
Yeah, that was good.
5-5. You can't ask for more than that.
Oh.
I mean, my prediction: we end 7-5 and someone breaking runs at the hill. So if Justin wins this rank, he's got to break and run next rack to make me look real smart.
Oh, shoot. There you go.
Oh, we've got Margaret Fox in the chat.
Yeah. Patrick knows. Said he knows Sean too. And yeah, Sean is absolutely nasty on the 3-cushion table. I think he shoots
Mhm.
more 3-cushion here than he does rotation.
Yeah.
When he's not in tournaments.
Yeah. His kicking in a pool game when he shows
Yeah.
it too.
I mean, he one of our favorite clips. He was playing Daniel Snyder in the semifinal of the tune-up a couple years ago, and Daniel had him absolutely buried. And he found it was like a 5-rail escape with he could only see a few inches of a side rail to even get out of it.
Speaking of which, we missed Daniel Schneider
Yeah, we
this
did.
time.
Yeah,
Is he at the was he at the World Championships?
and his brother was. I don't know that he was.
Oh.
Yeah. His brother had a good run,
Mhm.
I think. Lost
I think
to
he did.
I feel like we've been seeing
Close
less and
enough.
less of Daniel lately. I guess his kids have gotten to the
Life
age
catches up.
where,
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
I know he and Christina stepped away from the Syntex, turned it over to Carmel recently.
yeah. It's got to
we
be.
all
It's got to
understand.
be hard, like
Yeah.
like when
Yeah.
when you reach a certain level and then you have to cut back on the amount of time you play pool.
Mhm.
Even if even if you're still playing at a high caliber, it's not your high caliber.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah. You just always know that you could be doing better.
Yeah.
It's just always in the back of your head. But no, I think he'll be here for probably the Open or the Classic here in a couple weeks, don't you?
I would expect him to, for sure.
Yeah, they haven't released the
He'll
list
make
yet.
a good run.
And
Plays
if I
great.
if I knew of any Sanders on a personal level, I might know about that list.
I do not ask. I do not want to know. I'm one of those players. I don't want to know. I'm just going to jar myself.
Yeah.
Thinking about all the people that are going to beat me.
So, your girlfriend's actually a really good shot. She's only been playing like a year?
Yep, like a year and a half
Really?
coming up on, and man, she improves so quick.
Yeah.
Like learning shots, even like actually like playing shape, not just like shot making,
Yeah.
like everything.
Yeah, she looks like a player.
Yeah, yeah.
That's funny. We all come different ways. Like you've been talking about being in Nebraska playing bar table stuff, and she's just coming straight up through the gauntlet here at Skinny Bob's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, different paths. But I
Do
can
you
see how that
ever
would
teach her
drive her.
or not really?
I mean, your girlfriend or your wife plays pool. Like,
I don't
does she
teach her
listen
at
to
all.
you? Yeah, she doesn't listen to you. Yeah, I approach it like approaching a tiger cage. If you want to eat, you can. You don't have to. No. How did you guys start playing pool? I'm curious.
Oh, like the first time I ever picked up a pool cue?
Like, what got you like into it?
Oh,
I guess.
I was actually telling this story yesterday.
What a shot!
I used to bowl a lot. Like I used to average around like 150 when I was like, 12, 13 years old.
Oh yes, that's wrong.
And when I got to about 16, my friends and I we would go out like on Friday nights. And so I was like, let's go bowling. And we showed up at the bowling alley that I always went to since I was like 10. And they stopped us at the door and they were like, do you have ID? And I was like, how old do we have to be in here? And they were like, you have to be 18 after like 6 o'clock. And I said, screw that. Let's go play pool.
That's pretty good.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because the pool hall didn't care. And so we went to this place called
Seems
Tech
backwards.
Billiards. Yeah. And Tech Billiards was New York's first upscale pool room. And so and this is back in the 80s, like, before you were born. But like I would go there and like half of their clientele were women, like young women. So like I was,
that's
it was-
sweet.
yeah, I was 16, but like
Yeah.
half my high school was there, half of NYU was there.
Oh, so that place was not a pool hall. It was like popping. It was like
Yeah.
popular.
Yeah.
yeah,
Dang.
and yet people were also playing serious pool.
Wow.
Yeah, so
That had to be cool.
yeah, I just was drawn in almost immediately. In fact, one of the girls that used to hang out there, she ended up going on and having a career in pool. I don't know if you've heard of her or not. Jeanette Lee.
No way.
Tell me more.
Yeah,
Are you serious?
yeah. No,
Wow, that's
I
crazy.
didn't. I saw her around back then.
Yeah.
I didn't actually get to meet her until we were about 19, and
That's so cool.
we became friends pretty quickly. And I always was enthusiastic about pool, but being around someone like her, and yeah, I mean, like, she's 51 years old and she's gorgeous, but like, she was 19. Every 19-year-old boy was like, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, being around her, it was infectious. Like you just wanted to play more pool.
Mhm.
She had a passion for it that was very contagious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, that had to be so cool.
Yeah.
So cool. Was that like when The Color of Money was coming out?
Yeah.
Or
It was actually right after The Color of Money.
yeah. So
And-
big boom.
This is something else I mentioned. I grew up in Greenwich Village in New York City, and it's a very densely populated part of the city.
Oh god.
And within a half mile of where I grew up, after The Color of Money, there were no less than 300 pool tables
No
within
way.
a half mile. There were about 10 pool halls. Most of them, all of them had over 20 tables. Some of them had over 40 tables.
So sick.
One of them was the largest on the eastern seaboard at 53 tables.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, it was like 20,000 square feet, 53 tables.
It's sick to think that all those closed down though.
Each
That's so
table,
sad.
no, it still exists. It's just under different ownership,
Ah,
and it's now like more bar than a pool hall.
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
But back then, every single table had more space around it than table one does here.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
In New York City, where real estate
Yeah.
costs $1,000 a square foot.
Yeah.
And they're wasting on pool tables. I'm just kidding.
Well, it was after The Color of Money,
Yeah.
and table time rates were at a premium. Like they were charging like $7 per person per hour, and this is back in like the 80s.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
It did get cheaper once the boom was over.
Yeah.
Things started to get cheaper, and then all of a sudden, like a lot of those pool rooms started to close down.
Yeah.
Um,
Stick to bars, like you said.
It was amazing though. Like pool halls were opening up right next to other pool halls. In fact, Amsterdam Billiards opened up a second location that was literally right next door to another pool hall. So like you would walk up to the front door and it was like men's room and women's room. Like literally there would be one door for Amsterdam Billiards and the other door was for Mammoth Billiards.
Wow.
Yeah. And Amsterdam had 33 tables
Mm-hmm.
in that location, and they were 10,000 square feet. And the Mammoth Billiards right next to it had like 20 some odd tables.
Isn't that where like Mika and Thorsten were house pros at when they were living there? Or Mika still
Mika
lives
was
there, right?
never a house pro in that room. That was they didn't really have a house pro in that room,
No.
but that room was known for having a stable of incredibly strong players.
Yeah. Sure.
Mika was hanging out there a lot, along with Eugene Staliv, who was Russia's best player.
Really?
Yeah, you got to look that kid up. He's
Yeah.
he's not a kid anymore, but like
Eugene.
he's amazing. He's got to weigh no more than $1 and change, and he's got like a 30-mile-per-hour break.
Wow.
No way.
Yeah. And then there was Tony Robles and Steve Lipsky.
Yeah.
Steve Lipsky lived right across the street, so he was there whenever there was any sort of action.
Mm.
Um,
With Sosi around, or where's he live?
Jeremy Sose.
Is he Connecticut? Or?
Yeah, he's Connecticut.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, same to me. Zion Zvi?
Zion moved to New York, I want to say like about 10 or 12 years ago.
Oh, okay.
So this is before
Plays
Zion.
great.
Yeah, he does play great.
Yeah.
Real nice guy too.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. Yeah, Zion is like I don't know what his Fargo is off the top of my head, but my guess is somewhere in the ballpark of 750.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it looks like I'm going to get the score right. It's going to be 7-5. It wasn't quite a break and run. He didn't have a shot on 2, so he played defense.
We'll see if you're right.
Same,
We'll see.
Sean looks like he's locking it down here to close
Yeah.
this setup. He replayed this. He played this defensive shot to close out the rack before. Just an absolute lockup on the 8 here
Wow.
to get ball in hand and finish out to get first to the hill.
That's that 3 cushion too.
Yeah. Oh my
Seeing those
gosh.
paths.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been talking about his 3 cushion background like all
Yeah.
weekend. It's
I mean, it's one thing to see players where they know their way around the table like that, but he just executes shots that are just clearly translated almost directly from the
I
cushion.
think
Yeah.
the new conditions favor Sean because of 3 cushion, because 3 cushion tables run faster than pool tables.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to kick a lot similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's completely unfazed by new cloth.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, thanks, Travis or Patrick. Thanks for giving us the call to get Nolan here too.
Love you, Patrick. Thanks. man.
Would Matchroom consider that a forcible?
Yeah.
Can't wait
Chris.
to hang out this week.
Is Patrick here in Texas, or is he still up in?
He's still in Nebraska,
Yeah.
but we're going to meet up at that Kansas tournament that they're going to have. Like they're having a 1 pocket and a 9 ball.
Nice.
So we're all going to go up there.
Nice.
That sounds like fun.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a hot seat winner. Sean Black moves on to the finals. Justin Espinoza is going to have to fight his way through.
Thanks.
So-
That means Noah's got a set to play here in a second.
All right.
Appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, thanks,
Good luck.
guys. I
Good luck.
appreciate
Good
it.
luck, sir.
Seriously, thanks.
Congratulations to the daughter of March 28th for 6th place.
All right, so Strop Jr. ended up winning that set against Mark Nanashe. He's going to play Noah, I believe, if I have that bracket right. And the winner of that set will play Justin, and the winner of that will need to take Sean down in back-to-back sets to take this title home. We're going to take a break while we get everything set up for the next match. We'll be back in just a minute.
Okay,
we're,
guys.
We're
sorry.
back with the B-side semifinal. We got James Davis Jr. and Noah Contreras. Winner's going to take on Justin Espinosa. Loser will finish third, fourth, I believe. Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fourth.
that's absolutely right.
And we got Martin Anashy here in the booth with us. He just completed his set against James Davis Jr. Had a nice run here.
You could say that.
Well, you made day two. You,
I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah, sure. It always stings right after,
But as soon as I get done here with you guys, I'll go through my assessment and
Sure.
see what I need to clean up.
Sure.
Yeah, I felt the same way after getting knocked out yesterday. Like I was pleased overall with how I played, but I definitely felt like there were things I could take away from it. My break, I wasn't really pleased with. I don't know how you felt about yours.
I'm really happy with the way I'm breaking in this format with the 9 on the spot, the template rack. I made a slight adjustment to what I had been doing earlier,
Okay.
and it was very effective.
Are you cut breaking?
I am,
Okay.
but it's very specific, a very specific part of the one ball that I'm aiming for,
I see.
and it's so sensitive.
Yeah.
Sure.
Speed sensitive, spin sensitive, top, high, high, low, side. It's unbelievable the impact that it has on where that one ball travels to, and also the corner ball.
I was alluding to this earlier. I want to know your thoughts. I think that the 9 on the spot isn't keeping players from pocketing balls, but it is keeping players from pattern racking. Like, I don't think patterning the rack anymore has any real effect.
It depends on the level.
You think so?
Yeah, because in this particular format, when you're not breaking from the new matchroom box and you can break from anywhere behind the line, Skylar and Shane had it to where they were dressing the 2 ball up 3 rails in the side pocket.
Interesting.
So they were putting it and it was mandatory to rack the 2 in the back.
Yeah.
So then once people started seeing that, then they said, okay, it's just random rack wherever the balls are.
In fact, I think for our upcoming event, you can't rack the 2 in the back.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that would make sense because Skylar was probably here a few years ago, and he had it down.
Yeah.
I think it was the international. He came in third.
Oh, that's brutal. He sorry, I'm gonna replay this
Sure.
shot here. Played a beautiful positional shot on the 3. And looked like he had this rack solved, more or less.
But then pocketed the 3 and scratched on the side.
Yeah.
So it looks like Noah's going to get first blood here. But do you think there's much value in patterning after that? Like is there anything?
There's always going to be certain value in positioning the balls in certain places, depending upon. Now, the better players, the guys that are going to practice the break 8 hours a day, they're going to figure it out. Because you'll just while you're practicing, you pattern rack a certain way, and you see where the balls are ending up.
I just think that there are so many secondary and tertiary collisions happening that it's hard to say where these balls are going to end up most of the time.
And you're right. I mean, what I'm referring to is kind of ideal conditions.
Yeah.
And now each one of these magic racks. And these tables are playing excellent. Ernesto is amazing. He's the best in the world. And these things are playing great. But even now, there are some inconsistencies between each and every table.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. The rails in particular, I don't know how much time you got to play on the tables before they were reclocked.
A number of hours, probably 10, 15.
Do you think they've slowed the rails down a little? I feel like they did.
No, I don't feel like.
You feel like they're just as lively as they were before?
I think they were. I think.
Oh, he's going to drop the 9 on a non-compliant break.
It's compliant because the 1 ball made it, and he
made 2 balls, and
he made another ball.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see the other ball.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
that is definitely one thing I've noticed with with these new racking rules, the 9-ball is alive again on the break.
Well, in particular, if you're breaking the side rail where Noah's breaking from currently, it's not as in play as when you, believe it or not, as from the
Right
box.
down the middle, yeah.
When you're in the box, because you're drawing straight to the side rail and then back towards the 9-ball.
Yeah.
And
So that's a non-compliant break.
Yeah.
Obviously, James is going to take on this shot anyway.
4-6 is a problem there.
The 4-6 is a problem. The 2-7 looks like it
theoretically, you could, if you could get on the 2, you could play the 3-6-4, which you may be able to pocket that. I don't know if it'll throw in or if you can cut the 6 to the 4 enough. These pockets are playing generous currently.
Yeah, that's definitely an option. I don't know.
But sometimes in the heat of the moment, you can't even see something like that.
Hard to see where the 3 might go after that combo. I'm not sure what value you'd have after that, but you could definitely pace it to where you at least set up a defense.
To Mark's point, if
Safety.
you're throwing it in, then you'd hit the left side of the 6, which could keep the 3-ball in place.
Okay.
But yeah, he opted. Actually, he didn't even have a breakout angle on the 2, so it didn't even matter.
Well, he might open it up here. Just play it
I
off the floor.
think he's going to try and
Does
play
he have room
big.
there? I can't tell how deep that is. Yeah,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
looking at it.
He's looking at it,
looking
yeah.
at it.
He's going to carry him off.
Yeah.
And if he caroms off, that opens everything up.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Ooh, he's playing the 9 on the floor. Jeez.
Well, he got away with it.
Actually really creative.
Yeah. Have
Yeah.
you seen much of James Davis Jr. play?
No, today this was my first time in the set that we played.
He's a very, very interesting player.
I would agree with
Yeah.
that assessment based upon our previous set.
He's very creative, excellent shot maker. He's a single dad, so he doesn't get a whole lot of time to come out and compete. So his Fargo rating's taken a bit of a hit.
I mean, a year or two ago, he was a 720 plus.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And he's just sitting around 680 right now.
Yeah.
A lot of things went into that, some health stuff, but we're all glad to see him back. And I mean, God, he looks like he's shooting well.
Yeah. Yeah, it was only a year or so ago that he had to have brain surgery.
Yeah, that's right. He has a condition that caused him to faint, and this time he happened to faint in his head, and it caused a severe brain injury. And so it was really touch and go. We were all we weren't sure he was going to survive even.
That's amazing.
And
I feel terrible for all the things I was thinking about.
He's James Davis Jr. is always been a local favorite.
Absolutely.
And his this past year only more so have people been rooting for him, and for good reason.
Sure.
And this is all public knowledge. It's not like we're want to overstep or anything.
Since I've been here for about a week and a half, everybody's been perfect gentlemen. It's been the place has been great.
We have a good crew here, or a good crowd.
What is your situation? You're from the Northeast,
Philadelphia
originally?
originally. I've lived in Tennessee and North Carolina and Kentucky briefly. Currently just outside of Houston.
Okay.
And not sure.
Did you come down here for work or?
I came down. I moved to Houston for pool.
Oh, that's
really
awesome.
Why I wanted to get better at pool, and there's a in my estimation when I was looking at the United States, that was kind of the highest concentration of extremely good players with Roberto there, Alex Garon,
Yep.
and
Blaine
Tommy
Marcus.
Tokop, Blaine,
Blaine, yeah.
it's Ernesto. There's there's a lot of talent there.
Yeah.
But now I'm finding that I just practice so much that it really doesn't matter as long as I have good competition within 2-hour radius.
Wow, that ball just barely made it in.
Yeah.
Really wiped its feet. Sorry.
Now, please, I think we should probably be talking about this.
Yeah, honestly, I saved a replay. I don't remember exactly what it was, but
Oh,
this
one.
was that 3-rail
Yeah.
position play. Yeah, we already talked about that.
So Noah's jumped out to a 3-0 lead.
Noah's a great player. I had an opportunity to play him a couple of times in Houston and at the Scotty Townsend Memorial. He plays great, and he also, and once again, he's a gentleman.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. He's relatively new to the scene here, but yeah, everyone's loved. He's fit in perfectly,
Mhm.
and his game is just on the way up.
It was somewhat depressing. We were talking yesterday, and he was telling me about his juniors and how Shane Wofford aged out while he was, and I was like, because I know Shane from the Northeast, and I was like, wow, you're younger than Shane. You're only as old as you feel, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I look at these guys, and I'm old enough to be their father half the time, and the other half, I was playing Little Laz, and I was literally calculating, am I old enough to be his grandfather?
Yeah. It's close, isn't it?
It's sadly very close.
Yeah.
God, I'm old. I just had my 51st birthday
Really?
a couple months ago. Yeah.
Young.
There you go.
That's the way I see it. There's plenty of time.
Yeah.
Efren's, he's
68?
winning tournaments at
Yeah.
68 years old.
Oh, God, he made a great one-pocket run at the Derby.
I think if
third place, I
take
think.
your health and stay in shape, you can play pool competitively well into your 70s.
I believe it's the motivation.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't think it's the age that gets people. Was that good?
Let's take a look.
Yeah. We can't intervene unless they ask us.
I would assume.
But let's see. We've got a slow-mo replay here we'll look at. It was not
It
good.
does not look good. Yeah.
So how are that? Well, it looks like they're calling it. Okay, so
Yeah. We mentioned this before. We'll just say it again. We are simply observers here, and we do not get involved in the match unless, of course, both players come to us requesting assistance.
we draw this cue ball down. Yeah. Way too much.
Yeah, no, or not enough.
What a big swing that is.
Yeah. These races to 7 winner breaks. I mean, it's so sensitive. Like, you make one mistake and it could end up costing you 2, 3, 4 games.
In this format, generally you're going to get back to the table earlier than you would if it was one on the spot, obviously.
Sure, yeah.
But you may be looking at a 2-rail kick or something, but you have to look at that as your opportunity.
Yes.
It's not, you can't look at that as,
I agree with everything you just said.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
I learned that playing in Florida at Rax. I was playing Alan Rosado, the Puerto Rican champion guy.
I don't know.
I don't know
Alan
Florida
Roland.
players, yeah.
Roland.
Okay.
And that's when I realized I lost the flip, and it was 5-0. And then I was,
Yeah.
and I drove all the way to Florida. It was like 10 hours. I go there. It's, but he's my first match. And then it was with that Mucci 10,000 added thing that Carlos does. And,
Nice power.
yeah, he did 5-0. He played it safe. And then it was, I think I was lucky to win a game if I did.
Yeah. I mean,
But then after my assessment, mentally, after that's when I really looked at it as, okay, I can no longer, when I'm playing this caliber of player, I can no longer look at this as, be frustrated that I'm coming back to the table at this. This is now my opportunity.
Yeah.
This 2-rail kick, or else I better kick safe or do the best that I can with this
come
opportunity.
up with something, and at the very least, and this is I think the most important thing when you're kicking is you have to outline an objective, and because then at least whatever happens you can adjust with, But if you don't have an objective, if you're just thinking to yourself, I just want to hit the ball, then like your success fail is based on hit or miss.
Sure.
But if you're saying I want to hit the left half of the ball, and then you catch the ball full,
Aim small, miss small.
Exactly.
It's Neil's fine has a great drill for that. Where he's got a ton of great drills, but where you throw 6 balls out, you play a safe on yourself, and then you have to 2-rail kick to it to one hemisphere of the ball that you're like either left or right.
Yeah,
and then that's a point, and it's a really great exercise, especially on new tables. Because if you really get speed down and angles,
especially new tables that are Ernesto Dominguez recall.
Yeah.
Because everything's rolling so true right now.
Yeah, I feel like this. When I'm at Derby, I really trust the tables there, and as opposed to your local room necessarily. And this is just as good, if not better. These conditions.
I used to go out to Vegas every year. I've skipped the last few years, but I would go out for BCA and I'd occasionally go out for APA. And I stopped going for APA mostly because you can't slow roll anything on those tables. But for BCA, they would set up those tables so perfectly that I felt confident that I could do whatever I wanted, and the equipment would never screw me.
Yeah. It's important to have that, just that confidence alone.
Yeah,
it improves your level of play.
Yes,
because you have no doubt when you may not execute what you're trying, but mentally it wasn't the table, it was
you.
You can correct based off of what you say.
Exactly, you can learn from that, and even if you end up losing, you walk away feeling like, well, that was me, But when the equipment gets you, then you're like, why am I even here? Why did I choose to come here?
All right, so Noah fouled on that, trying to kick the one in. I don't know. It may have been a non-compliant break. Otherwise, he just didn't feel like pushing it. I feel like he had a good push option, and he tried to kick it that one. I'm guessing it was non-compliant break.
And this is
so
Fast Drop Junior's opportunity to
get on the board here, get going a little bit.
No donuts.
No donuts.
It all starts at this stage. You don't want to let it get away from you. I think technically you're probably supposed to take your break in a situation like this in a race to 7 when you come back to the table. Just regroup, and I'm not saying take your opponent out of their rhythm, but
right.
And then come back to the table.
Everyone always cites the hustler when Minnesota Fats goes to the bathroom, washes his face, redoes his tie, and comes back out firing. Like it's a reset.
Yeah.
I've worked with a lot of people, and Filipino players and European players. They all use the break. Their break. I don't mean their pool break. I mean their actual 5-minute break.
Right.
Yeah.
As a tool, they utilize it it's tactical. And it's because it's part of the rules. They all play within the rules, literally.
Right.
Yeah.
And they'll always take their break. It's almost like an NFL team going in with no timeouts. You know, it's a similar situation. Like, why would they do that? If they're down, why not take your timeouts? And that's the mentality.
No one's going to concede that 9-ball. Patrick's bringing us back just briefly to our discussion of Davis Jr. He apparently knows him too. Yeah, that was a scary time there.
Yeah. Yeah, James Davis has he's won the Space City Open. He's done well at BCA State.
Yeah.
He's got big wins over some notable players, none of which I can name right now.
Well, he beat Efren when Efren was Efren. He did. I mean, he's got
Yeah.
He has a winning record against Efren, and a lot of them came, 15 years ago. So,
That's always a fun
Yeah.
thing to be able to say.
Yeah.
What's his name? There's this player out of Rhode Island that you may have heard of. I'm trying to think of his name. God, it's come to me one day. He
It's
beat,
not Duchesne. That's not.
no, it's a second tier player. Like he'd only be known locally.
Billy the Kid? Billy
No,
Lana?
not Billy the Kid.
Trying to think of Rhode Island guys.
Patrick says he watched him beat Shane on a.
Anyway, he beat Earl
Okay,
Strickland twice. And after the second time he beat Earl Strickland, Earl was like losing his mind. He was frustrated, throwing his cues in his bag, and walks right up. Jay Stevens. Jay Stevens beat Earl Strickland. And after the second time, Earl was like losing his mind. And Jay walks up to him and goes, "You realize you could go your whole life without ever beating me."
That's great.
Yeah.
Like he probably like thought about it for a minute. Like, what's the worst thing I
Yeah.
could say?
Yeah.
Got it. He's a really funny guy. He's. I mean, it was all in good fun, but man. So James Davis could say that to Earl Strickland, Efren Reyes.
Efren Reyes, yeah. Well, I doesn't want to push here. Two's on this low rail though. Man, hard to find a useful push location with that one hanging like that over the pocket.
The 2-rail looks
Well, I kind of like this.
a little
Oh,
light.
I thought he was
Little light.
Yeah, he didn't do what I thought he was going to do.
Yeah, he looks like he was trying to roll up.
Okay, he's
I
looking
thought
at
he
the
was going to
jump,
pocket
but
the one.
I'm
Oh,
and
did he
looking at-
pitch? Was
He
that?
did. He pushed. I thought he was going to
Oh,
push, pocket the one, and make the 2-ball the next.
Is it
I
is
think
rail
rail
first on?
I think it can,
Can
especially with a slide on the rail.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's seeing if he can keep it under that side pocket coming off it.
Well, I think the problem
For the
is he
6.
might be able to go rail first to pocket the one, but if he hits it with any speed, he won't make the one, and he needs speed to get around the table.
And that 6-ball is big too.
Yeah. Yeah. See, that was it.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to come out okay though. Better than okay.
So I guess there was some two-way action
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
Your stream looks fantastic, guys.
Thanks.
I
A
appreciate it.
number of fancy buttons here that I'm looking
yeah.
at. And
Yeah, we just bought all the stuff with the brightest lights on it, most colors.
We focused mostly on being mobile. We wanted it to be a small, consolidated setup.
Yeah.
We're still getting there.
Yeah.
And maybe one day have a third and fourth camera.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's a good setup. We're only our technical person is off playing a league match right now, so some of our functionality isn't in use. But like we normally can do, like
We're trying to fly a spaceship that someone else built, but we're doing okay.
we can normally like show the balls in play. But I think this is set up Oh, it is set for
Set
9 balls.
ball.
Okay.
We could be using that.
We could be using this.
All right. So we
1,
got
2,
the
3, 4.
fives down.
5 is down. There we go.
Wow.
There's something else down though.
Looks like the 8
ball's
ball.
missing.
Yep. Well, no, the 8 ball's not missing. I found it. It's right over there.
In the tray.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has been fun. We launched this maybe a
Little
year
bit,
ago,
yeah.
about then.
Gotcha.
We
Are,
hosted a tournament or two, and
are you guys familiar with Clint Pelosi and Juan Parra over at DFW? And
I know the DFW guys. I may not know anyone specifically by name, but
I met those guys in Virginia.
they run the booth over there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they do really good stuff. I was on their TV table once. I showed up for a DFW event.
I remember when you played that.
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, I was really disappointed that my match got taken off YouTube because of the music. Because I ran like a 3-pack in that match, and I was like, I want to see my 3-pack.
Yeah.
It was gone.
Man.
I think all of my YouTube matches have horrible endings.
Most of the time with me too.
I know there's one where I was playing Russian Kenny, and I get ball in hand, hill with 4 balls on the table, and I don't get.
Well,
It's terrible.
I was playing on an 8-foot Brunswick, so like I felt like I couldn't miss.
Sure.
Yeah.
I was playing on a 7-foot. I got dead straight on the second ball. Like I had no angle on my first ball. Like my mind just went completely blank with decision making. I get dead straight on the second one. I have to shoot a stop shot, and then like a horrible angle on the next one. I make every ball. I make the 9 ball, and I come around scratching. Like, and it was the worst, planned out ever.
Ooh, James Davis misses the 1 ball. He's going to leave Noah a tough angle on this one and distance.
No one's had a good look at the one, but they have been makeable, and they've just kind of been beating the rails
I
up
think
a
Noah's
little
going
bit.
to take this on, but I don't think he should.
Really?
Yeah.
It was
Come
a
around,
7-7
keep-
in the way.
Keep it under the 7, I think.
Well, he got there.
Well, it's still tricky here.
He got there easier than I thought it would be.
What is this? Do you think you come around here 3 rails behind the 6 ball? Is that the safe? And just kind of put the 1 behind the 9-3?
I might go the other way and
Look
aim
at
to have the cue ball land
Definitely
on
easier.
top of the 2.
Yeah.
I'm trying to use the 2 as a stopper there.
That's what I
behind
would
the-
do.
behind the 3-9 blockers.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying. But your idea is
I can't
definitely
tell from this
interesting.
angle.
I think he's looking at your idea. I think he heard you.
Both ways appear to have 3 blocking balls. So
Yeah. Yeah, that worked. The reason why I liked going that way is because there's that possibility of having the cue ball tuck underneath the 2. And you get that, and that's practically ball
Sure.
in hand. However, your way of going, up table toward the 6, you could end up freezing up on that 6 as well. And in that situation, you got to kick behind, like you have to kick the other way. Oh, look at that.
Just to go.
I think the Moscone Cup rule would apply there, which is whatever the easiest way.
Yeah.
Make sure you get the hook.
Yeah.
Don't worry about freezing the ball on it. If that happens, that's great.
Yeah.
But get the hook.
Get the hook. That's a great point. That was my mantra from the entire day yesterday. Like whenever I had to play safe, I just thought to myself, like, what's the easiest way to make sure? And that's in part because of the new cloth,
Sure.
but also just generally, unless you are 100% in control, Like, you get to do whatever you want with that safety. You should be looking for the easiest one. Well, this is awkward bridging, but nearly automatic position.
This never works for me stretched like this. Never.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh, I didn't see that. I saw that as being fatter than it was.
Oh yeah. No, I thought he was going to go straight at it.
Well, he ended up real sweet.
Yeah.
He was looking at the side pocket.
Minimizing your cue ball movement.
Yeah.
I think 2 rails looks natural.
Yeah. I think he's going to end up going 2 rails as well, yeah. Yep. That's going to work. Now this is, I think, the only awkward shot he's going to really have to face. He's got to get good on this 4.
Bump the 9 out of the way, or did you avoid it?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
I didn't see him doing that.
Yeah, I didn't see that either.
You can't
And
here's
here's
smell
the
like
issue.
roses.
If you get straight on this 6 ball, it can cause problems. Now you've got to draw all the way back on the 7, so you need an angle.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times there I'll come off that rail and forget about the speed and,
Yeah.
and just come get dead straight, and now you have to do something rather than just
Yeah, because your
stun the
subconscious is
ball
like,
over.
oh, no instruction? Dead straight good?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted the inside angle,
No.
but he's going to make it work.
Can you draw past the side pocket here? I guess it
I
can.
think he can.
Yeah,
On this new cloth, it's when you're that close to the ball, you can really kind of
do
get
anything
it to
you
do a
want.
lot.
Yeah. So,
I'm going to kill the ball rack. We're not doing a great job of
Yeah.
keeping up with that.
yeah, we're not. So, James Davis Jr.
Oh, yeah.
reminds Noah that he's James Ray Davis Jr.
Yep.
Clawing his way back.
Yeah.
That's what it was today. Yesterday, I had a couple matches that I kind of smoothed through, and some ugly ones. But today was just a grind. And it looks like other people. It's just kind of a grind today.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, and that's what we were talking about before with these new racking rules. I think it's taken away those quick runouts. You know, where you'd make a ball in the break, you'd park the cue ball in the middle of the table, and you get the one ball in the position that you always get it in, and you're off to the races.
Yeah.
That's gone. Yeah. That no longer happens.
And I think that's one of the reasons it was designed
Yeah.
this way, or that the change was made.
James has been breaking hard. Yeah.
Yeah, and he hasn't been cut breaking. He's been, at least in our match, he was.
Man.
His cut break, when he cut it, it seemed to be by accident. It was
Yeah.
he would try to be hitting it kind of full. And the interesting thing that I noticed during our match was when he was doing that, he was bringing the one ball down towards the corner, and although he wasn't playing a specific ball, he wasn't playing either the corner ball or the one ball on the side. If he got lucky, the one ball was there.
Yeah.
Whereas where I was specifically playing the one in the side, now I'm hoping to get a look on the 2 or
Yeah.
the 3 or whatever's there. And this is an interesting situation.
Yeah, this is turning into a critical moment for Noah. It's always tough when you jump out to a big lead and then you start to watch it slip away.
Sure.
And so Noah's looking at this situation like,
I think everybody's aware though that whoever they're playing today
yeah,
is capable
firing
of
back.
whatever the situation is. So you're never quote unquote safe.
Yeah.
Like 6-1 isn't good enough. It's,
When you're racing to 7,
yeah.
yeah, I think Noah knew he wasn't making that, but I think he was hoping for separation with an awkward angle, and he just didn't get the awkward angle part. I think actually that one ball may have overrun a little bit. Here comes James Davis Jr. And it's a pretty straightforward layout. I think, yeah, that's great. I think all he needs to do is get heavy on the 3, and he should be fine. This is the critical shot right
I
here.
was going to say the 7 could
little
come into
speed.
play.
Did not get it.
Oh,
Did
no.
not get it.
Yeah.
But he wanted to get heavy on that
Okay.
3 ball.
He's going to jump this, and he's a coin toss to pocket it. I think, and the 4 sits perfectly for it.
If his name was Jesus Atencio, he would be the favorite to pocket.
Yeah.
Beautiful
Nice
shot.
Shot.
Beautiful shot by James Davis Jr. So he maintained position while jumping over the 7 to pocket the 3, and still looks like he's the favorite to get out here. Looks like he just fell short of perfect, but he might be able to still pull this back a little bit. He like pinch the 6 in. Otherwise, he'll have to go up and down table.
You consider laying up to short side, Jude?
I'd think about it, but yeah, that's what he did. Considering that it's off the rail, probably the right play.
Yeah.
The closer and closer it gets to that rail, the less and less I like it.
That 8's frozen a rail. This is pretty natural for him.
Yeah, you just have to make sure that you don't catch the rail first.
Yeah, you can actually scratch if that.
I think he kind of caught it
Yeah,
first.
he did.
Yeah.
Oh.
So he ended up okay anyway, but yeah, he caught that rail first. All right. We have ourselves a ball game. Noah maintains the lead at 4-3, but James Ray Davis Jr. is on the comeback. Let's check out that jump shot. Real pretty.
Oh, it was beautiful. And this is the situation here where Noah finds himself stuck in the chair and kind of stewing over, some things. And it's critical to have the right mindset in that situation and just wait for your opportunity and trust your process and understand that he wasn't trying to pocket that 1 ball. He was obviously playing a safe, trying to get it 3 rails around. It just kind of leaked down on him. It wasn't terrible. So just mentally you have to be aware of that and then just be prepared for your opportunity when you come back to the table. Hopefully, in a win or break situation, hopefully you come back to the table.
Actually, that's one of James Davis Jr.'s most famous things in town. He ran a 6-pack once.
Yeah.
On the TV table. Who was it against?
I can't remember.
Oh.
Because when he was in the hospital, we posted it to like a
it's on
reminder
YouTube.
of who he is.
It's on YouTube.
And I just can't remember. Might have been Sean.
No.
Was it older than that?
It's pre-Sean.
Pre-Sean?
Yeah. Sean Black moved here in 2020. So there's pre-Sean and post-Sean. He's sort of become the big dog here. So,
Really?
Yeah. Before Sean Black, I think it was debatable on who the best player in town was. Justin Espinoza, certainly.
Very unique
style.
Yeah.
Then there's James Davis Sr., James Davis Jr.
We used to have we used to have Sean and him, and we had Kevin Gamon and Junior Waco, and and Espinosa. We had 5 or 6 players in that 720 range.
Yeah.
For a while. A couple of them have fallen off, but
Junior Waco, I mean, just unbelievable talent. You know, like does everything well.
Ernesto, wasn't it against Ernesto?
It was against Ernesto.
Yeah,
that's
what it
right.
was.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember when we posted the YouTube video,
Yeah.
Ernesto commented like, "Thanks a lot, guys."
Yeah.
Ernesto Bayala?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
He is.
It's like I remember that set real well. Look at this. You can just roll this in if he wants, or stun it.
Just stun it out.
Yeah, this stunned it in.
Yeah.
Either way, I mean, it's going to end up basically the same.
Now, the only thing here, you don't want to hit it with too much speed to get that wrong angle on the 8 where you have to come around 3 rails.
Yeah.
Because the speed coming around 3 rails, it's really easy to come up short.
I think he got it.
He's have to sit.
No, he's ever so slightly on the wrong side.
He may be able to just hit this with inside, but then again, on the long rail, that English doesn't grab the way that
No,
you
it
think
doesn't.
it will.
It doesn't.
You hit it well.
Yeah.
That's the way you have to hit it. You slow stroke it. It's you don't try and pound it over, or else it'll spin out on the rail.
James Davis Jr. ties it at 4. We are now racing to 3. Oh, Margaret corrected us. 2019 is
2019.
pre and post Sean.
Oh, okay. I was like, the run happened before that. Yeah. Yeah, remember Sean announced himself by taking 5th, 6th or something in the Texas Open?
Yeah.
In one of the years when it was a monster field.
Yeah.
It was.
But it's more than that. Like we have 5 weekly tournaments a week. Weekly tournaments a week. We have 5 weekly tournaments here.
Yeah.
And that's not including the weekly tournaments that happen all throughout town.
Sure.
And it feels as though every single time Sean plays, he wins.
Yeah, they joked about renaming it the Sean Black Weekly tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, Eric Eisenana, another great shooter at it.
Yes.
He's another
Yeah.
720-ish.
Eric's not really an Austin player.
No,
though.
he's not.
He's nomadic.
He's a vagabond. Yeah.
Sometimes he's here. Sometimes he's in Houston,
Yeah.
El Paso,
Yeah.
Vegas. And he's actually from El Paso, which is where Sean's from.
Odessa.
Odessa. Yes. So
Yeah, we joked about it. How'd you like to wander into the golden queue out there and thinking you're hot
Yeah.
fit? And then all of a
it's
sudden,
Odessa.
Eric
Who possibly
Eric
plays for
Eisenana and
Odessa?
Sean Black.
Yeah, they have nearly identical Fargos. They have nearly identical playing styles.
Yeah, they met in the finals last time when we hosted this event last year.
As a rule, 3 cushion players seem to do well here. Remember Christopher Tevis?
How could I forget?
Yeah.
Chris Tevis finished. He won this event 2 years ago, a mere weeks
He
before
won the Pan American Games, didn't he?
he
Something it's in
weeks
Central
after
or
this
South
he
America?
finished runner up in the World 10-ball championships. So one of those Polish kids, I think, Zelensky
Victor
maybe?
or-
Witek, Victor. I can't.
Zelensky,
It wasn't Zelensky. It was the other one.
Conrad Juzeshin.
Yeah.
There's
There are a
there's a
ton
whole
of them.
mob
Yeah.
of them
Yeah.
over there in Poland.
Yeah.
They're phenomenal.
It's
Mishko Fortunsky.
Yeah.
it's amazing how international this sport has become.
Sure.
Or maybe it's always been, but like at least now we're acknowledging it.
I find it amazing, and I try to model myself in this particular sense after the Europeans and the Asians, how they look at this game as a professional, from a professional mindset, and how
Yes.
how they
Yeah.
improve, how they practice, whereas unfortunately in America, more often than not, you find people who are, it's very casual,
Yeah.
it's very and there's nothing wrong with that if you're playing for enjoyment and whatnot, but I think, to really play at the highest levels, it's
Yeah.
that's necessary.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting. I have a theory. I haven't really like done any research on this theory, so I can't back it up. But all this time I thought that was going to be a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
It's
He just ran so smoothly through that rack.
yeah. But my theory is that in the United States, pool is successful. This is awkward.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, these are two very accomplished players
Yeah.
who made two mistakes back to back. Let's not.
Yeah.
This is the.
No, it's a bit cold coming out of his chair. He's been sitting for a while.
Yeah, and it's not the easiest shot when you've been sitting for so long. But I was simply going to say that in the United States, pool has been somewhat successful as an industry. Like we have lots of pool rooms, and part of the reason for that is that we have a strong amateur industry. We've got the APA, we've got the BCAPL, and NAPA, and several others. And
Side pocket.
wow,
Could be.
That's a
Oh, he
legitimate
scratched.
shot.
He scratched.
and in Europe they don't have that.
No, they have clubs. They
Yeah.
have,
Yeah.
and in Europe they have people who are not trying to extract as much money as possible from this person who came to the room. They have people that are there to instruct you.
Yeah.
They have people that are there to support you. And it's a different
Yeah.
model.
So, to that point, I don't think an amateur pool player would enjoy pool as much in Europe. And for that exact same reason, Europe is producing more professional pool players. So no miscues on the break.
I can understand that.
It's just a theory I have. I can't say that it's absolutely true. I've never spent any time in Europe, so I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I think that I think the amateur pool world sort of holds pool back in the United States a little bit, like on the pro level. I don't think that the APA is going to produce professional pool players. Like, I don't say that like as a categorical true false thing. You'll see some come out of the APA. Jennifer Beretta was an APA player, but I think it's not going to be a percentage. It's not going to be a whole number percentage.
For
by
one
any
thing, you
stretch.
got to be a young adult just to join it. I mean, a lot of places you got to be 21 to even join APA, and if
That's
you're not a very good pool player by that age, you're not gonna be a professional.
Yeah.
Oh, look, Chris says Chris Reinhold was an APA player.
Oh,
So that's an interesting data point. I mean,
no, there's going to be
But
exceptions.
he also played in juniors. He came up through
Yeah,
that
okay, yeah.
those ranks as well.
Yeah.
But like you look at a place like Sweden, there might be 100 people there playing pool, and 5 of them are professionals.
Yeah.
That's
I would imagine there's also the casual, traditional
pub.
I don't know if
Yeah.
if pub per se. I mean, England is I would put that separate from a lot of the other European countries, because England does have a black ball and a smaller table that they do have in pubs.
Yeah.
Whereas I think the majority of Europe has 9-foot tables in whatever establishment that they are. I don't think they have bar. I know there were some Europeans that came over and they'd never seen a bar table before.
Yeah. Well, the UK, I think, is always going to be the exception to the rule when it comes to any sort of pocket billiards game.
True, black. Yeah, I mean, they have some of the smallest table and then also the largest table.
Yeah.
They use snooker and
And
black
they're just
ball.
producing talent left and right.
Sure. Europe or England?
Specifically England. Yeah. Like specifically England just produces billiard talent. You know, just in
Great
general.
Britain, like including Jason Shaw, like
Yeah.
Melling, and
Yeah.
I don't know who's coming up through the black ball ranks currently. I know Jason was a champion in that prior to coming to the United States, and he's obviously just phenomenal.
Yeah. No, I think a lot of them have the opportunity to make livings playing snooker too.
I have the
It's difficult.
good
Yeah.
fortune of saying I got to play Jason Shaw in his first American pool tournament.
Oh,
Yeah, it was the worst draw I ever got in my entire life. I had to play Mike DeShane in the first round, and then I lost that. And I had to play some unknown kid from Scotland named Jason Shaw.
and he was cocky when he first came over.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
He
Yeah.
was-
And I
I saw him in Philadelphia for when he first came through with Darren Appleton, I think, while he was living over here in that area.
And all my friends came up to me after, and they were like, "So how's that kid play?" And I was like, "He's going to be a world champion." And they were like, "No." And I was like, "You know what? If you're going to ask for my opinion and they're going to tell me I'm wrong,
That's not what
just
you
leave
said.
me alone."
You said he plays like a god.
Yeah.
They asked you how
Yeah.
he's good, and you said he
Plays like a god.
he plays like a god.
I played before I actually was introduced to high level competitive pool. I played Shane Van Boning in 2008 when I think it was either 2005 or 2007.
He was
Just when
really
he first
young.
came out of South Dakota.
Yeah.
And these I was in Chattanooga at Phil Wyndham's place there, and these three guys walk in late at night. We're all wearing dark black jackets, and I was an APA 7 at the time, so I was,
Yeah.
not scared of anyone. And they walk up to the bartender and they look over at me, and they come over, and this guy comes up to me and he says, "You want to pay some?" And I'm like, "Want to pay some?" "Yeah, I want to pay some."
Oh my god!
So I look him dead in the eye, and I say, "What are you rated?" And he's like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, league. And he's like, "I don't play league." So I think I got a sucker on me. That's how green I was at the time. It was.
Oh my god!
So we ended up playing like $20 8-ball or something. Luckily, the place closed in like an hour. I paid for their hotel that night. But yeah, after that, he was spending time in Chattanooga, and he'd see me, and he's like, "Want to play some?" I'm like, "No, no."
Well, in your defense,
I won like 4 times my money back with him in Chattanooga, though, just betting on him. He some of the most amazing pool I ever saw in my life. He gave Tedder the 5 out and the break on a 9-foot table. I don't know if you guys know who Jonathan Tedder is.
No.
I don't.
He's a gambler from Alabama, very good player in Vegas right now, very high stakes. But Shane's giving him the 5 out in the break, and it's kind of I can't imagine somebody give Justin Espinosa the 5 out in the break.
Yeah, you bet.
And it was the most amazing pull I had ever seen. I mean, Shane got there and he won. I was betting on the side, and it was just amazing. Like 3 rail kick safes. Like just like.
I was just going to say, to your point, though, and this is something I used to do all the time because I worked in a pool room. Anybody who walked in off the street saying they wanted to gamble, I would gamble with. Sure. And my attitude was 19 times out of 20, I'm going to make money.
Wow.
Oh, just missed that. I enjoy the competition.
By the way, that is not an invitation to for everyone in the audience to come to Skinny Bob's looking for action. Like, just go see Jude. He'll play anybody.
We put that comment up there, Jude, so we can talk about that real quick.
2005, I was in 5th grade.
I know the one above it. Well,
Oh.
yeah, we're talking about those. You were talking about those pool clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any exposure to that. I don't know what it's like to come up over there. I know I talked to Christina about it a little bit, and she said it was really hard for. It was actually difficult for players like Daniel and Michael Snyder to come up in Sweden, Switzerland. Which one is it?
Switzerland.
Switzerland.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He's good.
Well, Switzerland had it's not far from Austria and Germany, right? It's if
It's,
my geography is accurate.
Switzerland is right in the middle. It's north of Italy,
Yep.
east of France, south of Germany.
Yep. It's all. I think it's all about desire. It's all about if you want it bad enough, you're gonna do whatever it takes to.
Probably have to Z into this.
He
And
did nicely.
well,
did
he's
he
got
get
a
too
funny
low?
ankle.
He'll be okay.
No, he's fine.
Funny ankle. Funny angle.
Don't body shame.
I actually like leaving this
Yeah, I
as
think,
close as I can to the long rail, and that way I can come 3 rails.
yeah. I was saying the exact same thing. This looked like a good angle to go around the horn.
That's he hit it awful hard.
But he's going to be okay.
Yeah.
Now he really shoved that one in the hole. I was expecting that to go in a little cleaner.
Straight in on the rail is never a good name.
Yeah.
Good stroke.
So Noah knocks it in to get on the hill first. So you got another prediction on this one, Wyatt? You think Noah's going to break and run out to finish it off, or you think we're going hill?
Let's see. No, I think this one's going hill.
I think so too. I don't think James Davis Jr. is going down quietly.
Yeah.
If Noah doesn't break and get shape on the break, make a ball and get shape, I think Jr. is going to figure something out.
Noah's got friends in the chat. All right, he's got a compliant break. No, look at the 2. I don't think.
He made a ball, made a couple balls, I think.
Oh no, he's
I like
lined up.
I like
he made one
kicking at
ball.
this too here.
Yeah,
I'm not going to push out here. I'm going to take this kick. I got that wall of balls. I got the 7, 9, 6 to kind of block. If it's just make sure I get the 2 to the long rail
yeah.
and kind of kick and stick here.
Well, I mean, as a rule, I think you never want to push.
Oh,
Because
I just leaked out.
you're always at a disadvantage when you push.
Yeah.
And what are you going to push to? Just a different kick?
Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
not just take the one that you have?
Like you're giving your opponent the opportunity to evaluate the table and decide whether or not
Sure.
it's advantageous to shoot, and so that inherently is a disadvantage.
Now this is an interesting situation as well. Looks like it appears to be slightly jacked up over the 7. If you wanted to kind of draw it to hold for the 2, I mean the combination is on.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's going to go forward here. No, he's going to draw back. I guess he's not.
He could lose the 2 ball by drawing back.
Could actually draw back and hide himself behind a 4.
Oh,
I
wow.
did it well.
Hit it real low. Yeah, he's good. You get down that fast, you know you're good. I think he wanted to draw a little bit more. Yeah. To be tall and ambidextrous. Oh, that's a real pretty shot. That may not look like much, but to be able to shoot opposite handed and cut that ball in.
Tell how straight he is. He has an angle. He should be able to come back for. Long rail.
Oh. Well, he's not in trouble, but he's going to lose control of the table.
Can he bank this past the 7, just roll right up on the 7 ball with a cue ball?
He might be able to. He can definitely like bank this past the 7, use some inside, and yeah.
Ideally, first thing I look at in a safety situation here is just where can I weld into something?
Yeah. Yeah.
So rather than just kind of leave it loose, but
He's going to use a 6 ball. That's going to,
I think you can see it.
if he can, Noah can definitely kick at it for a guaranteed hit.
Yeah, and this is where you'd want to kick withdrawal, so it comes off and comes down towards the 7, hopefully under the 7, and you're kicking the 5 ball up table.
Yeah, and he's going to want a thin hit on the kick.
Oh wow, he could see the
So he
whole
can see the whole thing. Okay. He didn't quite get what he wanted. The cue ball is to the right of the 5, and you want it either parallel or the other way around, where the cue ball's to the left of the 5. So this is cuttable, and the 6 is open.
1, 2, 3, 4. I see 4 rail shape. I don't like cutting this 5 ball in and holding it. I like going short rail, long rail, in between the 7, 9. It looks natural, believe it or not, and then over to the other side rail and coming up for the 6.
Yeah, you get to hit that with some speed.
You put a
and
stroke on it. It looks natural.
I think he's checking it.
Yeah, I don't like slow rolling that. This is why you're kind of going over into no man's land.
Well, this is still makeable, but it's going to run into that 7 ball.
The 7, if he cuts this in, the 7 should 2 rail close towards the top right hand pocket. It looks like, or go down table if he has to hit it that hard.
Maybe he can hit it in soft.
Sitting low. Do you think he can draw across the base
he's
off the top of the 7?
He's going to punch it in and take what he gets. That's what he's doing.
Well, maybe they'll both go up table.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
That was fortunate.
Yes.
I hit the save button a little early, so we're gonna lose the last part of the shot. But that
You have to stay tough mentally here and just finish it out. Listen, we get enough bad rolls in this game. You don't want to complain about getting a good one.
Oh no!
Whoa! Oh, so
Oh man!
James Davis Jr. concedes the 9 ball.
It is super tough after you fluke something to stay mentally tough throughout.
Let's see that shot again. Oh no, I didn't save it. I thought I hit the save button.
Well, this was a great shot too.
This was a great shot, but it's not the shot that I wanted to see.
Right.
I thought I hit the save button. I did not. So you guys are going to have to just rewind on YouTube.
All right. So we're going to have Noah and Justin Espinosa.
Yeah. So we're going to take a few minutes.
Yeah.
Or unless they're already playing. But yeah. We're going to mute this for a minute or two.
Yep.
And we'll be back. Okay, we are back. Justin Espinoza is getting ready to break. This is the B-side finals?
Yes.
Yeah, B-side finals. So the winner of this is playing Sean Black, who's waiting patiently in the hot seat. Josh Sotelo is asking why concede. The cue ball is going to go way back.
The 9-ball was hanging in the jaws, I believe. I don't concede personally.
Neither do I.
I think
Give your opponent the opportunity to dog it.
well, no, it's actually not that. It stemmed from me from a practice session and playing the ghost and like giving myself the 9-ball, and then it just mentally registered. I was like, why would I ever do that? Just and then I continued that. And I just think it's a respect for the game. Just
I agree,
and that's how it doesn't matter who it is. It could be Ray Charles or Efren Reyes. Everybody shoots every except ball in hand on the 9-ball. That's the only thing I concede as long as the tournament allows concessions. Some of them, if you concede, you actually
lose
concede
an extra game.
the next game as well.
Yeah,
that's another great reason to just get in the habit of never conceding.
From the other side of it, I never expect concessions.
Sure. No, neither do I.
Like even if my opponent scratches on the 8, or scratches on the 9, whatever.
I don't care. If I ball in hand 9, I expect to shoot it. If they wave me off,
you get up, you get ready to shoot it, and if they then say you don't have to, then that's fine.
Sure.
But I remember when I was like years ago when I played half as good as I do now, I would run into opponents that would get upset. Oh, Noah's taking this on.
Yeah,
this is interesting.
The 4-ball doesn't go by the 7. I guess that's why he's doing this.
Yeah. Yeah, but with ball in hand on the 2,
I mean,
I guess because the 5-ball is where it is. Getting position on the 4 is
getting position. The 4 could get away from you. Now you put it down, so it was the right shot.
Yeah. But had that 5-ball been clear, I think he goes for the run out. I mean, had the 5-ball not blocked, if the 5-ball wasn't blocking the bottom right corner, I think he goes for the run out. But given the fact that he would have had to shoot the one in another pocket.
Sure.
Anyway, what were you saying? I'm sorry.
I don't recall.
Oh.
I'm an old man as well.
Oh yeah. I do
you
the
can't
same
expect me to remember something from 15 seconds ago. That's. Now, I would imagine he's cut breaking. Let's try and see what. Yep. Now he made the corner ball, which got kicked in, and if you notice, his cue ball came low.
Yeah.
And it wasn't to the center of the table, which means he didn't hit low enough on the cue ball, in my estimation. So and the only issue with that is when you're trying to make the 1-ball on the side, for every half tip of low that you put on the ball, it flattens the cue ball out, so you actually have to hit slightly fuller on your cut.
Yeah.
Which is one of the things I was experimenting with all week. So, and that's what I meant earlier when we were talking about how sensitive the break is. Like even those quarter tip placements, and it can affect where that 1-ball is going to go and where your cue ball is going to go afterwards. Depending
what
upon
a
the speed.
gorgeous shot by Noah. Noah drains the 1-ball. Let's see if this pays off for him. I mean, the 6 looks like it's going to be trouble, but there's a lot that can happen between now and the 6. Noah right now looks like he's playing whack-a-mole. Like he's I'm just going to make this ball, and whatever the cue ball does, I don't care. I'm going to make everything. So, okay, now this is the key shot, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to set up a defense.
He could try and play underneath the 5 Like if he can draw straight back and get to the other side of the 5, then you can make the 5 in the bottom left corner and go directly into the 6-8.
He can actually even the 6 ball does go in the lower right. As odd as that sounds, so he could.
Yeah,
if
true.
it's all going to depend on how he falls on this 5 ball, what he does.
He's going to be real thin. That might be too thin.
Tough spot.
It looks like if he makes it, he actually
Misses
does
it.
flip the.
You
I
think
think he
that's
flipped
the
the 8 ball.
We'll see. Oh, look at that.
Great shot.
He overcut it.
Yeah, and he actually hit a piece of the 6 there.
Yeah.
As steep as he was. Yeah. All right, now the hard work's out of the way. You just have to finish.
Where's this pace coming from? This is like a totally different shooter from the last time we saw Noah
Yeah.
in a match.
He's playing like it's Friday night.
Yeah.
Punch this in. Not as much draw as I expected.
Yeah, that's one. I think that's right there is one of those situations where that spin just didn't grab on the cloth the way he anticipated. It's difficult on new cloth. There's no body movement here. There you go. Stay there
Beautiful
really well.
shot.
Nicely done.
So that's going to give Noah a 2-0 lead. And let's look at that, how he started this off.
That was beautiful.
Believe it or not, that is the beginning of a break and run.
Yeah. Jeez.
A really awkward layout for a break and run. You know what? Noah knows Justin better than anyone
Yeah, they practice
Oh, yeah,
together.
they're good.
all the
Right.
time. So
They
he
feel
knows
really comfortable with one another.
and he knows Justin's firepower. So he's probably thinking like, I don't want him playing pool at all. And that's all going to change right now.
Well, he should be frozen to this 2 ball.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got tons of options here.
Yeah, Justin will actually be disappointed with that. Believe it or not, I think you wanted to just be frozen to that 2 ball. You give just that little bit of space gives a little bit
Just
of
a few more
leeway.
options. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, this option would have been taken away.
It would have been if he was frozen to the 2, he would not have been able to go to the long rail. He'd
Right.
have to go to
Yeah.
the short rail.
Right. Let's just
And
go
you
into
never
that.
know what's going to happen here. Like you
He's
could
going.
you could get safe. He could fluke a ball in. He could anytime you turn the table over, you're ooh. Or you can get ball in. It's another option. It was a good save, but I know.
oh, speaking of which, I want to bring this up. I just noticed that Justin finally removed the template away from the table. In one of my matches yesterday, my opponent decided to just leave the template there. He was being lazy. And he went to play through the rack at one point. Like he was going to miss that 9 ball. The 9 ball was a potential blocker, and he made a ball, and he was going to miss the 9 ball. It rolled over the rack and hooked him right behind the 9. Like it immediately cost him a game.
Oh, man.
And so, like, you should never get lazy about that rack. Like, get it off the table as quickly as possible, or at least when you know that it might come into play.
Sure. Justin has such a unique style. I was having a conversation with, I think I was talking to Noah yesterday, and I said, if I walked into a pool room, like let's say Odessa or something, and I see Justin Espinosa, Kenny Rutman, Russian Kenny, and Mike Davis Jr., all in the pool room, like I would feel like I was at Disney World, like which one I would have picked to play.
Yeah.
And literally, like,
Yeah, it's
they'll destroy me.
hasta la vista, hasta mañana, hasta luego. It's 3 ways to say goodbye to your money.
Yeah.
It's just You know, it just goes to show you that, you know, ideal fundamentals versus effective fundamentals are.
He reminds me of Keith McCready and you know, just guys in general from like the past era, you know, where mechanics weren't as well known,
Sure.
and people just would develop their own unique styles.
Alan Hopkins.
Yeah. Nowadays, everyone has access to YouTube. They get to watch how the top players play, and they imitate them.
Sure. Well, we have the information available now. Before the information was withheld.
Yeah.
It was specifically, you could go into a pool room and a guy could be your best friend while you're in there, and he would never tell you the things that you were doing wrong because you're giving him $50 or $100 or $200 a week. Like, he doesn't want you to get better.
Right.
I would ask someone how to draw, and they'd be like, if I tell you how to draw, then we can't gamble anymore.
How do you draw? Well, here you want to be as jerky as possible with your stroke, and you want to.
Yeah, Paul brought up Bustamante, and I mean, we saw Bustamante came down here for the Texas Open, and we finally got to see it in person. His mechanics make no sense. It's astonishing that he ever makes a ball. I mean, his got his entire arm and shoulder in play.
Yeah, but on his final stroke, it's just very smooth and back. All that kind of pump stroke and whatnot. He actually does that less now.
Does he?
Yeah. What amazes me is how at Bustamante's set position, which is his pause at the cue ball, is so far from the cue ball, which is very unique.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to get through the ball.
Yeah.
Cleanly.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Espinosa's like that too. His pause is a mile from the cue ball.
Sure.
Here's Noah shooting at a long 8-ball. Getting dead perfect
Puts it
and
down.
easy
Yeah,
on the
good
9.
3-0 lead.
This kid, I got nothing but praise for this kid. I mean, he won his first Centex event last year, and
He did really well at the Scotty Townsend. I think he was
That's right.
like top 5. I think out there.
Yeah.
he's got a bright future. You know, and the funny thing is that I feel like he still has a lot to learn.
Sure.
You know,
He's young. What is
Yeah.
he? He's 23.
Yeah.
yeah. Like I feel like he's winning, and Justin, you can say the same thing, but less so. He's winning mostly on his shot making. You know, he puts the balls down real well. Like the more he learns, stronger he's going to get. I mean, he might be a better shot maker than Sean Black. You know, could you imagine if you can combine the two? You know,
Yeah.
I haven't had an opportunity to watch Sean all that much. Is he? Do you know where he moved from?
he was living in Oklahoma before he moved here.
Okay.
And I think he's lived in Austin before. I want to say that generally he has stayed in the greater Texas area, Oklahoma, Texas. As we mentioned, he's from Odessa originally, so he's from out west. Margaret says, no, he didn't live here before. Oh, we're picking up background noise. That's weird.
I don't know why that would be. Is it still doing it, Margaret?
Okay. Well, if it's intermittent, we shouldn't have a problem. The biggest fear is that we get kicked off YouTube.
Sure. And that is the music rights.
Yeah.
Correct.
Beautiful shot by Noah. As we're sitting there talking about all this stuff, Noah's just like buzzsawing through this rack.
We've got software running that filters out the music. So what you're hearing in your headphones is not what's going out. So we don't have any copyright issues, and we never
Normally, yeah.
have. It usually comes out
Gotcha.
nice and clean.
I would have
our
thought
voices.
there was some technological way to.
I mean, luckily our guy Kyle knew about it. It's not even designed for this. He just like repurposed another piece of software, and it's been working great.
I think OBS actually has a built-in filter. I'm surprised that a lot of the streamers out there aren't using this.
Maybe they're not aware of it.
Should get Kyle like on the Facebook, because yeah, I mean maybe they're not. It's shocking to me. Like you spend $5,000-$10,000 on equipment, and then your videos get taken down. That's just insane to me.
Sure.
Did you update the score, Wyatt? No?
Do you guys need a?
Oh, I did. I must have. Yeah, it's 4-0. Okay, good.
Do you guys need a certain amount of subscribers, or I would imagine you have a YouTube channel. that
Yeah.
you're trying to monetize.
We haven't reached that
and-
threshold yet.
Okay,
It's
like
1,000
right?
subscribers. Yeah.
Okay. So
Um,
everyone out there, let's subscribe to. Is it? Let's,
Yes.
Plug
Hit
the
the subscribe
YouTube
button.
channel here. It's
So we can start making a little bit of money back.
these guys are working really hard and they're doing a great
Just
job.
a little bit of money. Like $10.
Well, that's how it begins.
Yes, yes. What we're hoping for is that one day this table has a predator light on it, and when that happens, it'll make the picture even better. I don't know if you notice this or not, but whenever you're watching a stream on a table that doesn't have additional lighting, more often than not, there's this concentration of light in the middle of the table.
Sure.
And it can white out everything else because you're trying to adjust for that.
Yep.
But with the Predator light, which was it was designed by a guy up in the Northeast in New York, Ira Lee. You may not know him. Very good pool player, but he gave up pool to play 3-cushion. He plays out of Sang Lee's room.
Okay. Carom Cafe? Or?
Yep.
Okay.
And one day he decided he wanted to build software that would diagram a layout just by taking a picture. And he realized that the lighting was making it difficult for the computer to read exactly where the balls were. So he started to program exactly what the lighting would be for every like square inch of the pool table. And then he was like, you know what would be easier if the lighting were just uniform. So he designed the Predator light. Predator liked how it looked.
I think they're fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they bought the rights from Ira?
Ira now basically works for Predator.
Gotcha.
And Wyatt just recently got a new pool table with a Predator light. And they're great. You can like change the
the heat, the temperature, the color temperature, and brightness levels.
Exactly.
And
you can go from having like a setup perfect for streaming or TV to making it dim enough so that it still illuminates the room, but it makes the table look like it's more on display than ready for prime time.
sure.
And there's not a whole lot of pool table lights that do that. I know there's companies out there that are imitating them, but it's not the same. The quality isn't the same.
Gotcha. What an odd cluster at the bottom of this table.
At the top of the table.
Exactly. Like
It's even more odd.
to see those.
Yeah.
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 It's
This is not going to work well for Justin right now. Because Noah got perfect on that too.
mm-hmm.
But you know what? This isn't over yet. Like, even with ball in hand.
Yeah, I might give him ball in hand here.
Yeah.
I might not want to disturb the 2. You definitely don't want to disturb the 3.
You could put the 4 on top of it,
Yeah, bank the 4 back towards
Yeah.
the
make it even more confusing.
Oh, the
I
6
didn't see
ball's
the
there.
6
Yeah,
ball
the
there,
rack
yeah.
was in the way.
I forgot to switch to the other camera.
It's all right. Kind of tried to tie up the 4 ball. Oh, the 2-9 again. Wow. We're going to get
Another 2
our second
yeah.
2-9 combination of the match.
This time with a built-in safety. Or not a safety. Doesn't matter. Noah's shooting those combos awfully quick. You know, I have a straight pool background. That's how I basically started playing pool. And you shoot a lot of combinations in straight pool. And I would not have shot that combination that quickly. Like,
Sure. I think it all depends on your process and your the different people
yeah.
have a different.
I see a gap like 1.5 feet wide between object balls, and I'm like, I'm taking my time measuring this out. Maybe it's because I have a straight pool background. Like, you build an appreciation for how hard combinations are.
9 balls dressing up towards the corner. The 2-9 again.
So was this break compliant? I didn't see how the 1 tracked.
I don't know.
I mean, probably. They're not saying anything.
I would imagine Justin would.
Noah might play a 2-way here. Like, might play the bank shot.
Yeah, I think just playing safe is the way to go.
Yeah. Well,
What do you do here? Wow. This is. Can you two? I mean, the 2 rail looks like it goes long of the 1. You'd have to hold it up. You'd have to check it with inside. Man, it's a difficult situation.
yeah, and if he doesn't
Nice
make
that.
contact, it's almost a guarantee.
Good shot.
Wow.
Oh, did he foul? He's saying he hit the ball.
We didn't catch it.
Yeah, he was right in the he was right in front of the camera.
Yeah.
He was right in front of the camera.
No, he was in our view. Sorry. Yeah, the guys were asking if we could check for them, and unfortunately, Justin's big old head
Yeah, I don't think it's going to make much of a
blocked our
difference.
view. Yeah.
Speaking of caroms, now
Yeah.
is this? Yeah, you may be able to help me here. I always
Yeah.
confuse carom and the difference between. No, you could cut it right in.
Wow. 6-0. Who saw this coming?
I think
So-
I think Justin bet on the other guy. No, that would never happen. Everyone.
So what were you going to ask? You were
Oh, if we kind of at a loss for words here, there's a carom and there's also a and a billiard, and the difference between.
I use the 2 terms interchangeably.
Yeah, I do as well,
Yeah.
but I think there is a difference. I'm just not sure exactly what it is. Maybe someone in our audience is more knowledgeable than myself. I would imagine most are.
I think 3 cushion players have built out more of a lexicon around those kinds of shots, that genre of shots, whereas pool players, we just we know the word carom and billiard.
Well, I think one
we use them as the same.
is the cue ball off an object ball into an object ball, and the other is the cue ball into an object ball, and the object ball goes into another object ball. But I'm not
That's interesting.
certain that
Okay.
that's the case.
And then there's also like a tiki shot.
Well,
where
tiki,
they
yeah,
use
tiki-
rail as well. Yeah.
Jeremy Jones uses tiki totally different than.
Oh, okay,
the,
great.
The remaining Jeremy Jones uses like a thin cut as a tiki, which frustrates me because I love his commentary so much, and
Yeah.
I think the world of and I've learned so much just from listening to him. But I think in that one instance, because a ticky is rail ball rail,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
it comes from 3 cushion. It's
Yeah, no, I wouldn't know, but it would be fun to get Sean Black over here because he's got more of a 3 cushion background. Maybe he can speak to that. We have a couple of guys here who play 3 cushion really well. There aren't a lot of 3 cushion tables in Texas, so
sure. Yeah, there was one at Bogies East, and they got another 9-footer in there. They got rid of that table.
so Noah's gotten real good on this 7 ball. All he really has to do is drain this, and he's going to have the shutout.
Yeah, I think he's going to just practice the handshake here.
Justin gets
There he
up, and
goes.
that's it.
Yeah,
It is
that was a
over.
very good handshake.
7-0. You're not going to see that again anytime soon. Not in this room. Justin Espinoza has been shut out.
It's weird. Things happen during a set, and that's
Yeah. Winner breaks.
yeah.
Type of thing that. So I think we have a final match coming up that is both a little bit of old, a little bit of new. We've got the reliable Sean Black in the finals representing the hot seat. And we've got newcomer Noah Contreras.
Yep.
And this isn't his first time in the finals by any stretch, but it might be one of
Is
the
it not?
first times he's been in the finals in a reasonably big event at Skinny Bob's, on his home turf.
Yeah, he's kind of a fixture in the weeklies, but
Yeah.
I don't know about tournaments this go.
So this should be a lot of fun to watch.
I'm interested to see if how loose Noah was during that set will continue, because Justin, for those that don't know, Justin and Noah practice together all the time. It's they have that comfort level with one another. So we'll see if the arm stays as loose.
I mean, he absolutely came out firing in that match. So
Sure, yeah.
The first game was
Oh, yeah,
was a total contrast to the match he just played.
That this set was
So-
he back cut the 1, right,
Yeah.
and then ran out that first.
Out of the
set.
gate,
Yeah.
he break and run on a really tough rack.
So just a reminder, we are racing to 7. This is 9 on the spot, 3-point rule, and we are playing true double elimination. So Noah's going to have to beat Sean Black twice in order to win this
Right.
tournament. That's a very tall order.
Yep.
Sean Black walks into this match with a Fargo rating of 735. That's about a 50-point advantage over Noah Contreras.
Although if we enter that whitewash of Espinosa, I feel like that gap might be a little smaller.
That gap might be a little bit smaller, yeah.
But
But
yeah,
on any given day, my understanding from a Fargo perspective is a 50-point difference.
Yes.
Can in one race to 7, or in this case, hopefully for Noah, 2 races to 7. They can play. That's the margin of error.
Yes.
So for instance, Sean might play 50 points under, and Noah could play 50 points over where he is for any given.
an
I mean,
entire day.
obviously
For an entire
anybody
day.
anybody could run
Yeah.
out an entire set. There's anything that could happen, but when you look statistically,
Yeah.
my understanding from Fargo is that that's kind of the mesh point.
right.
I 100% agree with you on that. 50 points is definitely. I mean, I consider anyone within 25 points to be a coin flip,
Sure.
and there's like a 50-point give or take, and I would even go so far as to say it could be as high as 75, maybe even 100 points.
Yeah.
Sure.
And as Margaret points out in the chat, Sean's not playing a lot of pool, and Noah is playing a ton of pool.
Yeah.
So Sean's Fargo may be a little stale, although we've seen him shoot fantastic pool this weekend.
He still made it to the finals.
Yeah.
So he may not be playing like Sean Black speed, but he's definitely playing well enough to be where he is.
Yeah.
He's gotten through a very competent field. I think as most warm-ups have gone over the years, the local talent has represented well, has shown up. I'll put it that way.
Were there a lot of people from out of the area? I don't even know how many people there were in the tournament.
I think there were 38 players, and no, there were only like less than half a dozen, I think, from out of town. You included. Most of the top players in the field are local. I think Chris Morris is not from around here.
I know I've seen him. I played him twice
Yeah.
in this tournament. I know I've seen him in other tournaments in Houston or I can't
Okay.
recall exactly.
This looks like a great safety opportunity for Noah. Gonna freeze right up on that 2. He did not freeze up on the 2.
It's so easy to hit that too hard.
Yeah. You know what the trick is when you want to hit it soft? Slow warm-up strokes.
Yeah.
I've got another
Okay.
tip for you if you want to hit it slow. Move your bridge hand very close to the ball and then just back very minimally, like a half inch and then a
Yes.
half inch forward. And you can slow your stroke down tremendously. Or the cue ball.
But if you're used to punching balls in and having like a nice, like whippy sort of like warm-up stroke, then hitting it soft might actually be difficult.
Mhm.
As weird as that might sound. So yeah, shorten it up, slow warm-up strokes, and you can hit it like you begin to realize there's like a whole world of soft shots. Yeah. So Noah's jumping.
That's excellent. I'm gonna sell out the 1. 2's still a bit of trouble though.
Yeah, but if there's one thing I've learned about watching Sean Black, he always seems to figure it out.
Yeah. Even if it gets thin on the 2, shooting it from around the 7-8 range.
Yeah, just maybe half table.
Yeah. He should be able to come around.
But that also means you have to put just a touch of trace of inside on the 1, which hitting it at a slow speed is a little bit difficult.
Maybe
to
he
judge.
plays short side.
I didn't
wow.
like that option. Might work.
Well, if he'd run into it, he would have
Yeah.
probably come away with a shot. He still has plenty of options available to him, and that 5 is going to play large, I think. His cueing is going to be a little bit compromised.
This is a difficult situation.
But I think he can bank this between the. Oh no, he's not. He's going to cut this.
No, there's no value in going to our right of the 2 ball. You have to go. You have to go.
Yeah.
You have to go this way.
I think you have to bank it.
I don't know.
Not bank it to make, but
Bank it or bank it towards the 8 ball and try and.
Yeah.
It's tough.
You want to. I think the 5 is your blocker. That's what I think. But like I said, Sean has a knack for surprising us. So
I think if he uses that, he's gonna run the cue ball into the 9 somehow. Oh, with double bridge! Wow.
Oh wow.
that's something that you usually only see in straight pool.
Yeah, and these don't even connect like the old bridges do.
Yeah.
They got to use his. Wow, this is maybe he's just tapping it and just yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was actually well done.
Dear baby.
Yeah, Paul just mentioned something. According to Fargo, a gap of 100 means the higher player wins 2-1 over the lower.
Right.
Yeah.
So 50 point would be what, 3-2 or something like that?
Yeah,
Isn't that right?
about
Yeah.
yeah. And he's right. That's exactly what 100 points means.
Yeah.
We were speaking to something a little bit different though. We were talking more about player variance.
On
Where-
any given day,
Yeah.
a 750 Fargo could play like a 700, or they could play like an 800.
Ooh.
In particular in any selected set that they play.
So Noah tried to get separation there, and he did, but in part because of good fortune.
Yeah, that looked. I thought he was in a difficult situation there.
Yeah. Now he's sort of
He must have double kissed it, I guess, to get where he was.
he caught a ball on the left rail. It brought him back down. This is going to end up real pretty.
Yeah. Unless does he have a gap to the right edge of the two?
It looks like there might be, but it's
He
hard
might
to
be
tell.
forced to bank it this 2 ball. So I don't know if there's a safety option available if he can see the right edge of the two.
Yeah, he's looking at that gap, so it's probably there. But yeah, I think he's not going to have.
I don't think he can see enough of it to bank it.
Yeah, I think he's
Maybe try and bank it towards the 7 ball.
he's got a hole for a legal hit, and that's about it.
That's a great shot.
Wow. Nice control.
Great shot.
That'll do. I mean, it's partly a stall tactic.
Yeah.
Like that's not your game-winning shot.
It's a containing save.
Yeah. But it's not a sellout.
I believe Sean can see the right edge of the two.
Like that sort of talk comes up in one pocket a lot, as opposed to 9 ball, where you just don't want to lose on this shot. I think he can see the two.
Yeah.
You may be able to see this into the side pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, or we could say like he can see the two, and in a moment, none of us will be able to see the two. But the trick will be he's going to be moving away from the 3, which is only going to make the position.
Unless he draws down to the short rail and comes back up.
Oh, he's playing safe all
He was
the way.
playing safe the whole time. I guess he couldn't see it into the middle.
Yeah. But I think he left Sean something.
This is the grind I was referring to earlier. Both my matches were this way. Some of the matches that I've seen have been this way. I mean, Noah and Justin was the only one that I've seen that's been kind of
Fast and loose.
yeah.
Yeah, more often than not, there's this battle for control, and that's the thing I talk about a lot when evaluating 9 ball. There's really only like 2 things that happen in 9 ball. Either you have control of the table and you're trying to maintain control, or you don't have control of the table and you're fighting for it. And right now, this is a fight for control, which Noah just won.
He's got an open table. Let's look for a problem here. 2 to the 3, no. 3, 5, 6, 7. The 4 ball, I guess, there is on the right hand long rail.
But it's so early in the sequence that he should be fine.
Yeah, 4 to the 5 shouldn't be an issue. 5 to the 6, 6 to the 7 maybe.
Yeah,
Where
that's what I see.
you got to be very careful.
You want to be very, very specific with how
Sure.
you get on the 6. Have a plan.
I think he's going to take a look at it once he gets on this 5 ball to really see where he wants to be on the 6. Yeah, he's
Kind of
thinking,
fell on the-
kinda getting
on the
his
other
exercise
side.
here,
Yeah.
walking around the table, looking where he wants to be.
He might have to play to the right rail. Like he makes the 6, and
Oh, he had. I didn't know he was on the had a bad angle.
Yeah.
there. Wow.
he's going to have to play to the right rail, I think. He can go up and down table, or he can draw.
Yeah, I think he's just going to draw. It's a good shot.
Yeah.
Follow. Now if he's smart. He's going to walk down here and look make sure he's on the right side of the 8. That's critical to just take the time.
Yep.
Don't be lazy. Walk over there, see where you're ready. But you don't want to come up short and then have to go 3 rails or do something.
You really want to know where that threshold
Exactly.
is. Yeah.
Just get right here so you can just roll the ball in. It's
And he had just landed on the wrong side of the ball
exactly.
just a couple shots ago, and he got away with it.
That's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate, but I also think it was not good speed.
No, it wasn't. He didn't get the angle he wanted on the 8-ball.
Yeah.
Oh, brutal. Yeah, that's what happens. He wanted an angle on the 8-ball that he could just roll directly into the
Into that
long
side
rail,
rail, yeah.
and then be straight in on the ball, and he just got a little too far.
Take an extra moment. Think about like how you want to land on that 9, like what's bad, and avoid bad.
Yeah, and he did. He avoided the wrong side of the 8. He just went a little bit too far.
Yeah. Oh, I'm talking about like shooting at the 8. Like,
Oh,
like
yeah.
he should have taken an extra moment just to think about like what's a bad speed.
Yeah. That's what to me. Once you can execute at a certain level playing this game, and to me, what it comes down to is stacking good decisions upon good decisions upon good decisions. And once as long as you're executing at a good level and you're making good decisions, I think people really don't account for that as much as they should. How important decision making is in this game.
I think that's a good chunk of Justin Espinosa's success. You know, like you look at his game, he jumps up on his shots.
Yeah.
He
He's got
stays
a
up funny.
ton of body movement.
Yeah.
His set position is 3 inches away from the
So
cue
many
ball.
things you can talk about that he doesn't do very well, but you want to know something? If there's one thing that he does incredibly well, is that he takes a moment to decide on what to do, and he comes up with a good plan.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can say the same thing about Sean Black, but I guess with Sean, he brings a greater arsenal of tools.
It's important. I used to suffer. I actually came up with a name. Is he going to get behind the 7?
Oh, he just got saved. That would have been
He
unfortunate.
can actually shoot this. If he's only like an eighth of the ball hooked, he could shoot this with his playing cue and just elevate slightly, and he can get over the edge of the 8-ball if he's hooked.
Yeah.
I don't know if he is.
But I think he's dead straight on the 3. There comes a big stroke. Well, Sean successfully draws above the 4 ball, but he's left with another like tester, and this one a bigger test than the last. He's going to want to do basically. Actually, I think he's got a little bit of an angle here
That he can follow forward.
Yeah, he does. He's got an angle.
He can play the 5 in the side rather than put that ultra.
Float the 4 in. Yeah.
Oh, he can stun it over. As long as he's got that in the side, I don't mind the 3. This 3 rail shape here,
Yeah,
is not as bad as some of the ones that I've seen. It's just that on the new claw, sometimes it'll spin out on you, and it won't go as far as you think. You're plenty.
he's gonna overcook this a little.
I think he's okay.
We'll see if we have an optical illusion or not. But he might have to go
Has to
around
come
the
all
horn.
the way around.
Yeah.
I think on this table, as fast as this cloth is rolling, once you get the object ball rolling, he could hold it, but I wouldn't blame him if he wants to put a stroke on it. Oh well, he killed it.
Checked it. Yeah.
Look at that. That's a great shot. I wouldn't have trusted that on new cloth.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought it would have checked that much.
3 cushion players. He's so in tune with his cue ball. Well, he's overrun this on the good side.
That's a Buddy Hall position, right?
The Sean Black makes it a 2-0 lead. we're in the we're in the finals. Sean Black representing the hot seat in a double elimination final match. So Noah's got to come back from a 2-0 deficit to win this set and win the next to take this inaugural warm up to the Skinny Bob's Classic.
I always like to take a look at the opponent and see how they're reacting. Are they slouched in their chair? What their situation is? And Noah looks pretty confident. He looks like he's still. He definitely hasn't thrown the towel in yet.
No. I think he's played Sean Black enough. You know, everybody plays everybody here.
Mhm.
So he's probably played Sean Black like 24 times and knows that like he keeps his head in the game. You know, he'll have success. That is a distinguishing thing about Austin versus New York. I don't know if Philly is like this or not, but in New York, the top players never played each other.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of weird. In fact,
Like Mika and like
Mika would match up with me,
yeah.
you know, in a heartbeat. But you would never see him play like
Frankie and Mika would never play, or
not unless it was for a lot of money.
yeah.
Like they wouldn't get together and hang out. In fact, Thorsten Homan, who's now a resident in New York, he won't even play in certain tournaments if he feels like it's beneath him.
No.
And his reason for that, which somewhat makes sense, is he's like, I don't ever want people to get comfortable playing me.
Huh?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Like if he goes to Sandcastle at Ed Liddell's
Yeah.
place and he's playing there like once every month and people get comfortable, like
Yeah.
listen, one of the reasons that I moved to Houston was so that I could play Roberto Gomez and get that mental just garbage out of my head about playing great people. It's you know when you're around them, when you have the opportunity to play them, you know that is a factor. You do get comfortable in those situations as opposed to.
Yeah.
And I remember it exactly. I was playing Warren Kiamko in Virginia, and I was super nervous. And I had opportunities to win the match, but because it was Warren Kiamko, I couldn't execute. And that's when I made the decision. I was like, I have to play the top level players, however I can, whatever it is that I need to do.
It raises the bar for everyone else around you when you participate in the community. You know, when you're matching up with everyone else, it makes everyone better.
Sure.
It's not a fluke that Eric Asenena came out of the same town as Sean Black. It's not a fluke when you see like two great baseball players come out of the same town or two great gymnasts come out of the same town. It's
That's the old saying: iron sharpens iron, right?
exactly.
You know, you have to have those. That's why when I was in Philadelphia, there wasn't a lot of super high level talent there. There just wasn't. So you
I
end
can't
up playing
believe
this
that
game.
didn't go in.
Yeah, I thought that was a drop in for sure.
I kind of want to see that again. How did that not go in?
Wow.
I mean, he did hit a little high on that rail, but
But you would think it would still be sliding at
Yeah.
this point. Maybe they're beginning to break in somewhat.
well, that's why we have this warm up.
Sure.
Sure. Yeah, they used to recloth these tables before every open. So the secondary purpose of this tournament was to break the
Break in the
cloth.
cloth, yeah.
Yeah.
The last time Miko was in town, he was actually annoyed
Wow.
Interesting.
by the new cloth.
Yeah, I guess it is so deep he opted not to kick
Yeah.
at the ball sitting in all.
He opted to just surrender ball in hand.
That is very strange to me. Could we see the replay again to see the layout of the balls?
We didn't save it, unfortunately.
Well, no, the replay where you missed the three. We're
Oh.
supposed to see.
Oh, yeah,
See
yeah.
where the four ball was. Because I guess the 4-ball was difficult to get on.
It was right there by
If
the.
he kicked it in, man, why do you not kick this ball in?
Interesting.
Well, he was on the side. I don't know.
I still think he's going to end up losing this rack.
Yeah. Noah's playing the 9-ball here. A carom or a billiard,
Oh,
whichever
wow.
one it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought the 4 went.
I thought it went too.
Yeah.
And if it did, he definitely should have run out there
Yeah.
over that carom. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It didn't look like it was. It looked like he had to do
Yeah.
something in order to make it.
What are the payouts? That's a great question.
They are the tournament payouts are $1,000, $1,040, I believe, for first place.
Yeah.
Second place, I would imagine, is 50% of that is roughly 500. I know what fifth, sixth paid, which is definitely not enough.
and I and there's Calcutta money on top of that.
There is. I don't know if we discuss Calcuttas or we do not.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
in some places,
we have nothing to do.
in Arizona. It's very frowned upon.
Right.
It's-
I don't know the legal
Yeah.
requirements for Calcuttas.
I know first place in the Calcutta was at 825, I believe.
Okay.
We can
Was
kind
that
of
a
do math
blind-
down
that was
there.
a-
Only paying 4 places, I would imagine.
That was a blind pick, I assume.
I'm not
For
sure.
pick of the litter.
I'm not sure.
Either way, it was probably Sean.
I wasn't here for it.
Okay. It was almost certainly Sean. So
Sean Black jumping out to a 3-0 lead. Yeah, it was only a 38 player field, and most of the time the Calcuttas for the warm ups are a bit on the light side. Mostly because we're only like
Yeah, generally.
2 weeks out from the main event, and everyone's going to be like, pulling out their wallets. For
And it's
that.
all players.
Yeah.
The players aren't the ones that are going to jack up the
No, yeah, the
Calcutta.
gamblers don't show up for
Yeah,
this.
it's the
Yeah.
people that are spectating and that are here with a player that those are the ones that generally.
Margaret says Espinosa went for the most, so he must have been the 825, and then
Yeah, I think
Sean went.
Well,
for
I don't mean 825 was the blind bid. I mean that's
Yeah.
what I believe. That's what first.
no, I think the blind.
Oh,
bid
it's what
was,
it pays.
I think,
Okay.
I think the blind bid was 200,
Okay.
and I think Justin went for 300 or something like that.
Okay.
This is literally just me paying half attention.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I think Margaret's right that Justin ended up going for more than the blind bid. And there's a reason for that. God, I talk about this at length. You would think that the pick of the litter. Oh, okay. You would think that the pick of the litter would be the most expensive buy in the tournament.
I've seen it so many times. It boggles my mind why it happens. I know what you're about to say.
Yeah.
But the second player goes for once the blind bid is gone. Now
Yeah.
the second player.
Because it's about supply and demand.
Yeah.
And now supply has gone down.
Yeah.
There are fewer players available. And so the last
If you think there are 3 players that can actually win the tournament, and
Yes.
one of them goes off the board, now you got to get one of the other 2. If
Yes.
you're getting, I understand.
and if
that.
there's only one left
Very
by the
logical.
time, then that person goes up in value.
Sure.
So it's part of the reason why I feel like pick of the litter actually can hurt the overall Calcutta.
I think like
Like a
the
blind
way
bid, I
the way
should say.
Ray Hansen does it, where he lists out. He'll go through all of the so-called good players.
Yeah.
Yeah, at first, in trying to build the Calcutta and get the money.
I tried to do it the other way, where I once did a Calcutta where we went backwards. We started off with like the lower rated players first, got them out of the way, and help establish a base for how much the higher rated players would be worth.
But then
Nobody liked it.
Yeah, the only issue is if that doesn't pan out for you,
Yeah.
is where if all of a sudden they haven't got the dollar value that some of the people were anticipating. Now it looks like it's going to be a small Calcutta, so
Yeah.
people don't bid as high.
The only
But
way
I
to
could see it. I could see it either way.
the best way to do a Calcutta is to bring it all online and have everyone auction off simultaneously.
Yeah.
We once
I don't know.
did
I, just,
that.
I prefer added money. Just give me added money. I don't want to worry about a Calcutta. Just put $650,000 in
Yeah.
and have a $25 entry, and I'm
Yeah.
there. I don't care who I have to play.
I
I'll
don't
take my
blame you.
shot.
Nice kick.
Have you
there
been
by
to a
Noah.
DFW event?
I have. It's. I went for the first. I just moved to Houston. I have a quick story.
Yeah.
As Noah's going to run out here, hopefully. I know. I mentioned it. I'm familiar with some of the people in there. I met them in Virginia, in that area. I'm in Houston for 2 weeks, and they tell me about a tournament, DFW tournament that's going on. So I'm like, okay, I'll head up. And I go up there, and I go for 600.
Wow.
No one even knows who I am. Like, I was like, well, so before I left my house, for half myself in the Calcutta, my hotel room, my entry fee, and everything, I'm in for $800 for the weekend. I gotta get third place just to break even.
I've got the exact same story.
That's unbelievable.
I showed up for a DFW event. I went second blind bid. I'm like, what? Nobody even knows me here.
Oh, this guy's from New York.
Yeah. So I bought half of myself because I feel like that's the
Sure.
the nice thing to do. And I was just like, wow, I better do really well in this handicapped field.
Yeah.
They average around $20,000 in total Calcutta, and it's for a monthly tournament.
I'm curious here what if Sean's going to just take the bank. I would imagine that he's just going to bank this ball. Noah just missed the 9 ball, unfortunately.
Sean is not much of a banker.
Yeah, but how do you play safe here? What do you do? Like,
I think you leave Noah a bank, if you don't like banking.
It's so close to the rail. It's tough to bring it straight down, and leave rail to rail.
Oh, he is banking
that.
it. Look at this.
I think you have to here.
I mean, we are playing 9 ball, so you can
And
put
it's
the ball,
it's
lots of
sliding
pockets in
in.
play. Yeah. The 4-railer is on.
No, this is a bad 4-rail. You want the other angle. You want to be on the other side of it.
Yeah, you do. You do.
This way you're putting a
You'd have to
wrong
overcut
spin
this a
on.
little.
Yeah, exactly. And then to get it to go 4 rails, you have to hit it so hard that the cue ball might fly off the table.
Yeah, the Chris Melling 4-railer.
Yeah.
Every decent player in America knew about that shot beforehand, and they're just like, great. Now everyone knows.
Trust me, people still don't have to execute it. Wow, I was not anticipating him banking into that hole. I thought he was going to bank it right under him.
That's an interesting lead.
It is. I mean,
I still expect Noah to
Listen,
make this, though.
here, the important part here, and I mentioned this previously, just no body movement. Just stay down. And all you move is your elbow here. Just as long as he doesn't jump up. Wow.
Wow.
I felt like I saw his head move there a little bit.
Yeah. Noah definitely got up on that shot a little. Well, I expect Sean to make this one.
Yeah.
Whoa. He missed it good.
That's missing it on the pro side, if there is such a thing.
Yeah, you didn't think there was a pro side there, but Sean
Pro
found it.
side is generally the center of in my estimation, but
Noah can still cut this in.
yeah.
And after the last couple of banks, I
He
think
can, believe it or not, there is a safe. He can overcut this and
Yes.
play the same safe, and spin it and leave it
Yeah.
rail to rail.
spin it in,
If it goes in, it goes in by accident. You can play it that way.
and that way you're
Yep.
sending the cue ball around the table. But
So you don't want to hit. That's where you don't want to hit it.
yeah.
I mean,
horrible.
he's still got the cue ball deep, but if you overcut that shot, a lot of people kind of overlook it. If you overcut that 9 ball goes here and then right back here, and the cue ball goes
yeah.
down table.
And that cut actually goes in
Sure.
more often than you'd expect it to.
You can aim to hit it thin and to play the safe, and if it goes in, it goes in.
Yeah.
Like it's 9 ball. It's not 10 ball. You don't have to call a pocket.
Margaret says he's bad at banks.
Yeah, that guy looks bad at everything, right? Everything at banks.
That's
Sure,
his girlfriend.
Margaret's trying
his
to get me
girlfriend.
to play him banks is what Margaret's doing.
Okay, so this is a great opportunity for Noah to get on the board. He can put his hand on the slate and
Just don't move. No move. I don't want to see any movement here. No. No.
there it is. We have Mike Check in the
Yeah.
in the
Hey,
chat.
Mike.
I don't even know who Mike Check is.
Yeah. Just seen the name.
but I've seen him all over the place.
Yeah.
He's a regular on Upstate Owl's videos and stuff.
Okay.
And
Where you from, Mike? It looks like Noah's taking his player break right now. Probably not a bad idea. Mike's from New England, living in Alabama.
sounds like the move I made.
Yeah.
What part of New England? There's a lot of New England.
Oh, yeah.
It could be like out in the sticks, or it could be Boston.
4-1-3. Dressed up on the 2. This is what you need when you're down 3-1 and you just beat the rails up with a 9-ball for a little bit.
Get that rack off the table.
Yeah.
I feel like it's especially important to get the rack off the table on new cloth.
Yeah.
Because it's about. See, I mean, it rolled well there, but like the balls aren't rolling quite as
Yeah.
fast for the same amount of distance, and
Yeah.
and it's that there's that like
Yeah.
there's that certain speed that the rack can actually change the course of the ball.
Yeah. He's just free stroking now. He doesn't have time to move a rack. Just slow him down.
It's dead perfect on this.
Yeah. About a
Noah Contreras
45
not
second
going
break
in
and run.
quietly. Yeah.
yeah. Nice out. Beautiful break.
Yeah, I still think it's super important. I mean, in general, you always want to take the rack off the table like immediately, but on new cloth, you know, when that ball can roll like another foot, you know, and have its path
Yeah.
deviated, you know,
Small details like that are one of the things that I found that during
Whoa.
practice,
Noah flies into the corner pocket.
if you practice and you leave that on the because you're lazy and you're doing whatever, you don't go over and pick the rack up. If you practice that way, you're more likely to do it in competitive settings. That's why every detail matters when you're practicing, at least in my estimation.
Yeah.
That's why even during practice, if I'm hitting balls around with someone in the pool room, just not even keeping score, I don't concede the 9-ball because I know if I do it there, I'm going to concede it during a tournament.
Yes.
So it just becomes what you do as opposed to you don't have to think about it. That's why we drill our fundamentals so much, so that we don't have to think about them, so that they just become second nature. That's what your arm does. It's just.
Well, it's funny. I was talking about this before. Like, there's always that guy when you're up and coming, and you don't concede the 9-ball, and the guy, like, protests, like, "You're not going to give this to me."
Sure. And then he shoots it right into the rail.
Yeah,
at
and he shoots it
600
right
miles
in
an
the-
hour.
Yeah, and then he looks at you.
I know
and
that
it's like-
guy.
Yeah, we all know that guy. And you shouldn't feel bad. Don't feel bad for that guy.
No.
You know, every shot is missable. You will miss every shot in pool at one time or another. You will miss everything, and so will your opponents.
Sure.
And if it happens in competition, so be it.
And as I mentioned before, I personally don't concede. It's not because I don't respect my opponent's game. I do, but I do it out of respect for the game, out of
For the
respect
spectators, for the gamblers, for the people at home who don't understand that these things are sometimes conceded.
It's gonna
Get it.
freak
Gonna get it.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
Pays-
but the
pays
stick
to hit 'em.
ball, does it go? He's looking at it.
Looks like
If it
does.
goes, it's close because he had to look.
And he's got to get past this 8 ball too. So, without scratching.
Wow.
Ooh.
Mike from Connecticut. Alabama, by way of Connecticut, will be back up north in the Northeast shortly.
Jason
Alabama.
Donna's pool room is in Connecticut.
Yeah, US won.
US
Billiards,
one,
right?
yeah.
That's a great play. He was such a gracious host. I went there for that. He had a tournament a few years back before COVID, like 2019, I think.
I feel like
And,
Don overdrew that a bit.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I think
He was surprised to see it grip that much.
yeah, I think he's okay. I think he can spin this out to the left rail. He thinks so too.
Yep.
He was a gracious host. Shaw.
Jason, yeah, I mean, unbelievable. The guy's running out from everywhere, handing me bagels. Like, the guy's amazing. Like, you see him in the Moscone Cup, and you hear stories about him. But my experience, personally, with him were nothing but pleasant. He was an absolute gentleman.
He
Just a hell of a pool
he spent
player.
some time at Steinway Billiards, and I would run into him from time to time. And he's always been, very nice with me and people I know. The last lengthy conversation I had with him, I was in Vegas, and I had finished pretty high in the singles division, and he comes up to me and he's like, "Oh, I saw you did really well in the singles division." I was like, yeah, I made a few $100. He goes, "You made more than I did." And we had a big laugh about that. Yeah, but those singles tournaments, they used to be great. Like that field, I think had like 1,400 players. Like, how many times in your life do you get to say you played in a field that big?
This Mike was there at that tournament. He remembers me. I think I won one lonely match, if you remember that, Mike. Thanks for bringing that painful memory up. Elvis Rodriguez and some homeless guy, I think, beat me out of that tournament. But it was great. The equipment was great. He had some of the tightest table. He had like a 3.5-inch pocket table up there that he practices on. It was like ridiculous.
He is such a talented pocketer.
Oh my gosh.
I know you see it on TV, but when you see it in person, you're just like, it's mesmerizing. One of the things I said about Shaw when I first met him was I hadn't seen anyone that talented at pool since I met Mika Immonen. And Mika I
brutal.
consider to be the best shot maker in the world. Like during his reign where he was player of the decade, I thought he was the best shot maker in the world.
Mika?
Yeah. I mean, he still sort of plays that style. Like he basically says, "I'm going to make the ball, and I don't care where the cue ball goes, because I'm going to make that too."
Yeah.
You know?
It's an unbelievable talent.
Yeah. It catches up with him, and I think that the caliber of play overall has just risen beyond that style. So
Yeah. Yep. You need every facet, just the mental stability, the execution.
the safety's going to
The-
work out real well.
I mean, these high level guys are just. It's. How about FSR too? By the way, just to change topics. This guy is like we talk so much about Federer here, and as amazing a player as he is, but man, Francisco Ruiz is just winning everything he gets into. Yep, it's amazing.
And he's so happy about everything. He's
He
smile on
seems
his
like,
face.
him and David Alcade seem like the happiest guys. Now they win a lot, so I'm sure that has something to do with it. But
Even when he gets a bad roll, he's smiling.
and I don't even know. Did he beat Sufi? He
did.
today.
Yeah.
I would imagine
he won the title.
No offense to Sufi. I mean, he had an amazing
They were
tournament.
tied at 7. I don't know what the final score
Wow.
was.
Yeah. FSR is our new world champion. No,
Yeah,
I-
Jamal was there. I'm sorry, I'm reading the notes here. Jamal
Jamal.
was there. That was before he passed away. Wow.
that is a
Yeah.
sad story.
I do recall that.
It was from COVID, if I remember.
I'm not 100% certain, but I believe.
Yeah. We're only a couple years removed, and it's easy to not think about it, but it's really sad how it affected everyone's communities, including the pool community.
Yeah.
This is a really interesting tester for Noah right here. You want to spin out to play the 5 in the bottom right, but I don't know if it's that simple.
I think that may have been a good decision, even though it didn't turn out perfect, with not putting the left-hand spin on that.
Yeah.
I think it makes the ball so
Make
much
sure
more
you make the
missable.
ball. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can always play safe. You know,
Sure, you can
because
play
he's
safe,
gonna
you can cut
he's
it
gonna walk
inside,
away
you
with
can
something.
bank it.
Yeah.
You can. There's a lot of things. You can play the bank here and draw back, play the 7 down table, possibly. Now he back cut it. That's perfect.
Perfect. Yeah.
Don't scratch. Great shot.
He's gonna have to play short side on the 8. He's looking at that right now. Right at that first time, and that's where he wants his cue ball.
Come up short here because you're afraid of going down for the scratch.
It's a little shorter than what he wanted,
Yeah.
I think. Only by like an inch or two. He should still be all right, though.
Not the first time I've heard that.
No, he's overcooked this a bit. Noah Contreras not going away. We have a 4-3 match.
There's a lot of fight in this young man.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of amazing. Like, you know, he's clearly not as polished as Sean Black, but look at the score. You know, it's 4-3, and Noah's only 23 years old. You know, we have a lot of young talent here. Noah, Justin, the Martinez brothers. Yeah, I only wish I could.
Was the Martinez brothers based here in?
They're in New Braunfels,
New
which is
Braunfels.
just south of us.
Okay.
About halfway from between here and San Antonio.
If I could place like a bet that one of the Martinez brothers will be on the Moscone Cup team one day,
Well,
I would definitely like put $1,000 down on it.
I've had the luxury of being around some of the juniors.
Yeah,
I knew one of the juniors who was coming up, and I saw some tournaments like Joey Tate.
Yeah,
and,
Joey
and,
Tate's a Moscone Cup player, for sure.
Trenton White, and I mean we have a lot of young talent that is coming up.
A kid I had never heard of, Cash Keaton. Keaton.
Ashton Keaton is playing every.
He
him
came
and
down here and
Landon
beat Federer.
Hollingsworth.
He came down here and knocked Federer Gorst out of the Texas Open.
Yeah. Listen, I mean, listen, Riley Atkins, Ohio.
Ohio, yeah.
D. Atkins is working with juniors, and it is paying dividends. They are. I mean, he's an amazing instructor.
Sean Black combos the 9 in. That's going to bring this to 5-3. Sean is 2 games away from winning the inaugural Skinny Bob's Classic warm-up. Not a gimme, but definitely the correct shot here. I'd love to see these guys play straight pool one day.
Yeah, I talked to Noah about straight pool a little bit. I saw him. He was practicing some straight pool. I chatted with him about it a little bit. Said he uses it to just get his head in the game and try to learn
Yeah, I just
different ways around the table.
I mean, I think it would be interesting to see how they interpret the game.
Yeah.
Like, the defense, pattern play.
Without having the specific knowledge.
Yeah. Like, what could raw talent and most of your experience in rotation games get you in straight pool?
Yeah. It's
Well,
been interesting.
what Jason Shaw did, 626 balls? Was that it?
I guess that's. Yeah.
I mean, it's been interesting to see what the rotation guys do to the one pocket players, and they kind of torture them, honestly. The one pocket specialists, Feder and who's the other one? They played big money games against.
Hold on, I
okay.
just want to clarify. Feder is now we're considering him a one pocket.
No,
specialist.
I'm saying when the rotation guys
No.
try their hand at one pocket,
Got
they're able to torture the specialists like Scott Frost and Tony Callahan.
Initially,
Yeah.
Initially, they're able to, like, there's these guys, Joshua Filler, Feder Course, like these guys nowadays who just do not miss anything that they shoot at.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a different style of one pocket,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah.
But it's effective. Like
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
that's the game. One pocket has just progressively become more and more aggressive as people's abilities have grown to their shot making abilities. Like the right shot 30 years ago is not the same right shot today. Like if you're playing a quality opponent in one pocket, their offensive ability is so great
Yeah.
that you have to shoot at a shot or else you're never going to get a look at it again.
Yeah.
I also wouldn't necessarily. I know everybody labels Tony Shohan as a one pocket specialist, but he's also a
He's a
great
great
nine-ball player.
rotation player.
Yeah.
Him and his cousin Amar,
Yeah. I mean,
they're fantastic.
they just happen to play one pocket more.
Yeah.
Well, that's the best game for them to gamble at
Yeah.
because they can start out giving a guy 9-7 who the guy can't beat them playing 16-2.
Yeah.
And so they start 9-7, and then he beats him out of however much, and then they
Yeah.
adjust to 10-7, and then he does that for 6 months and extracts 10 or 20,000 out of the guy, and then they move on to the next guy.
Yeah.
It's-
And if they flip over to 9-ball, he's ready for that too.
Listen, I know at my level, like locally, I'll give a pretty big spots out playing one pocket just for cheap for practice, just to be in that competitive zone.
Mhm.
But when I'm playing well, especially against that level of opponent, I feel like I can give them anything. I feel like I don't have to let them see a ball. Like,
Yeah.
And if I feel that way, I can just imagine what
Yeah.
Tony and those guys feel like. I've
Well,
seen
Mike is commenting here. He has an excellent point. The movers have an advantage on tight pocket tables with older cloth.
I'm not sure. As straight as these guys shoot nowadays, unless it's
On the back of that 6, almost.
Yeah, I think Sean's going to have an edge to play with here. And I imagine it's going to be a similar safety as to what Noah tried to achieve.
might put him right on the back of the 6.
This looks like it's got really good speed.
Didn't come up short.
No, he came up short too. Now this one will be different.
Yeah.
I think Noah's going to look more for separation. But he's got to be careful because you don't want to leave a cut angle.
Does he think about cutting it himself inside? Yeah.
It's a good shot.
Wow.
He's not happy with the result, but
He has, but if he banks this firm, he's got position on the 7.
yeah,
So I mean,
he has
it's-
more options with this 6 than he'd had with the 5.
Yeah.
We get look out and then
So another point I made earlier, I don't think you were here for this, but as Sean shoots for a 6-3 lead, this is a true double elimination tournament, and it's not a foregone conclusion, but the hot seat match usually is the winner of the tournament. All things being equal, it's a 3-1 edge. Like the hot seat winner has a 3-1 edge over the B-side winner. Everyone talks about how they love true double elimination tournaments, but it can also set up for an otherwise uneventful final.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? You like true double elimination, or do you like it when it's like a single set in the finals?
If I win the hot seat, I like true double elimination. If I'm coming in from the
But if you're
winless
anybody
side,
else,
I prefer just an extended race. But no, I think I think for fairness' sake, it should be played. It should be a true double elimination. Now,
fairness is an interesting word.
unfortunately, due to time constraints and some other things, a lot of times, it will be condensed or. I mean, let's be honest. A lot of times there's deal making, depending on the tournament, and
Well, the finals, and if it's in a true double elimination final, it's the only instance in the entire tournament where both players are not on equal ground.
sure.
Which is what makes it so awkward. Only one player can win in the first set. Only one player can lose in the first set.
I think it helps to develop that grit that you need, and that the quote unquote heart, and that desire. If you're, how bad do you want to win it? Like, if you're on the one loss side, are you going to? Because it's difficult to stay focused for that long, as I'm sure you're well aware.
Oh, yeah.
And it's very easy to lose that focus.
Yeah, and sometimes, and people will also argue that the winner's side finalist, the hot seat winner, is oftentimes not. He doesn't have as many shots under their belt.
Oh, wow. Good try at that.
So they could be walking in a little bit cold.
Sure. Generally, they've been sitting for a little while as well.
So Sean's left Noah this rather awkward situation. Noah's checking us out.
I think he's seeing if the 9 pushes into the corner.
Yeah, that's a lot. To
Yeah, I don't
throw
think it'll
at
throw that far.
Nearly a full diamond.
Gonna try and break it up. See, that spin just doesn't take.
So
Oh, he might be
Usually
playing the
play that
bank.
9 in the.
He might be
Oh.
playing the bank.
I might be trying to
the
graze
bank
the
does
9
kill
to the
if you throw
side.
it. If you get the 4 out
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
way.
he was playing. He's playing sellout.
Yeah. We've had to
Got
take a
it
look
to
at
the rail.
the bank there. It looked like, I mean, you had to get the 4 ball out of the way, but
I think he should have taken a little bit more time there and considered more options. Because you still have the 5, 6, 7 on the table, and it's a loose wall, but it's a wall. An uncharacteristic miss from Sean.
Listen, take advantage here. You know, run this out. You break and run out the next game.
He could run
You
into that.
You put a
9.
lot of heat on Sean.
Yeah, you could run into this 9 to hold position,
Sure.
or you can play above it. You know,
The 8
whichever.
ball comes into play, I think, if you try and go down table.
Yeah, I like running into the 9.
I like that too. That's a good option. Yeah.
Yeah, just like that. And he's on the funny side of the 5, but
You're playing very well from up here.
yeah, he can do that. He looks like he's going forward. Oh, he's fine. Okay. Noah's not going away. Definitely not shooting scared. That's a perfect angle. Just don't underhit it. This is fine. Actually, in a lot of ways, that's better than fine. That might be an ideal place to position for, considering that, like,
How big the pocket plays from that.
yeah, you
We
get
did-
close
we-
with a
we
big
did-
angle.
We did see a ball hang up though that we thought would have
Yeah,
That's fallen.
True.
I-
But you take so many things out of the equation when you're satisfied with playing a big cut,
Sure.
so long as you're close. Makes the ball on the
Corner
break,
ball.
and he's going to get a shot in the 1. Yes, but this looks
I don't
very
know.
interesting. What would you do here?
Man, the cut is super tough.
Yeah.
You could try and play the safe on the thin side of the right side of the 1, but
Oh,
that's so
very-
difficult. Yeah.
Very-
Wow. I didn't think he was going to be able to get to the rail hitting it that thick.
He
I thought
thought
he
it so fast.
would have cut it.
This is an interesting situation too.
Yeah.
Both the 6 and the 3.
You might have to cut this. I think the 1 goes by the 6.
Yeah,
I don't see it. I don't see a safe.
yeah. The 6 and the 3 sort of block the cue ball's ability to get out of
He's
there.
looking to see if he can. He's going to hit the 3. And coming down kind of the middle of the table. If he
Ooh,
no, he played that safe.
Wow.
yeah.
That was a great
Creative.
shot.
Wow.
Really nice shot.
It was a great shot.
How'd he hit it? It looked a little messy, but that was all by design.
Yeah. I think it was kind of fortunate that the 1 ended up where it did, but he was playing the cue ball around 3 rails to get under those
Yeah.
balls.
Ooh,
Oh, don't scratch there.
he's not. But wow, that was
It's a similar situation. You
Yep.
got this, you're running into
no
3
including
branches.
right there in the
those
way.
safeties,
Yeah.
and it gives me anxiety.
Yeah.
Margaret says, "Oh, you guys couldn't tell he was playing safe." We figured he was. We just didn't know what he was going to do.
Shot. He got
Move it
a
around
little-
the 3.
And he got a little fortunate there to catch the 8 ball and hold for position on the 2, I think.
That's funny position now. Like he's going to have to figure out a way to avoid that 4 ball, which will mean probably going to the
You
side rail.
hit it with low inside and come around 3 rails. Or you
Or
play
you play
safe.
safe.
Yeah, much too aggressive. That's my problem. I'm learning.
Well, I think sitting in the chair, you're always looking for. I mean, sitting in the booth, you're always.
No, I
looking
would have
for-
got it.
I think when you're playing, you cycle through some ideas before you
you're
pull that trigger.
Marcus getting hungry.
Well, we'll have to tell Noah that Margaret's hungry because he has more to do with this than anybody else. Oh, maybe he heard you.
All right. I'm always curious in these situations. There's not a ton of heat on him, but that was making a little bit of a comeback. He's got not an ABC out, but it's something he should get out from.
Oh yeah.
And I'd like to see how they handle this particular situation.
The 5-ball.
Are they in line the whole time? Or do they make
Yeah.
it difficult on themselves? Do they get out?
How's he get on the 5? I mean, like, there's a lot of ways.
That's the 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
There are a lot of ways, obviously. The 5-ball goes in 4 pockets. But how simple will he make this?
looks like you have to put a stroke on it. I would have liked coming straight up table to get an angle where I just could have come here. But I'm also sitting here commentating with you gentlemen as opposed to playing in the final.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so
a bit short.
that's not short at all. That's exactly where he wanted.
Yeah. If he thins this, he's got a natural line to get right on the 6.
That's interesting. So I was thinking like try to get straight on the 5.
Yeah.
And Sean is like, no, you don't have to.
See, I like this a lot. He's not rushing through this. He's taking his time. He's looking at the angle he needs. That tells me a lot about him as a player.
Okay, so this is going to be for the win. Sean Black is shooting at the 8-ball, and I imagine that if he gets perfect shape on the 9, Noah's going to concede.
See, I don't feel he should.
No, he shouldn't. Probably won't concede this. There you have it.
There it is.
Sean Black over Noah Contreras, 7-4. Let's take a look at that last big safety Sean played. Using the 6 as a stopper for the 1. He went 1, 2, 3 rails around the table. And although that was not the safety that led to the win, there were a couple other safeties after that. That was certainly one of many chips in the armor.
Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, guys, thank you very much. Always a pleasure doing this. Pleasure having you guys, and we'll see you soon.
Yep.
Hey guys.